Health critical. Critical.
Okay, that was weird, wasn't it? Right, let's get some meditation in. I found where the other temple is. I put a flag up. We'll get that in a moment. We just gotta find the key. And I built a tiny hut right by the cave so we can really... I'm running out of that lichen stuff from the caves and it doesn't respawn. And you don't really get it back, you know, if you scrap anything when you make it. It's poorly designed game. At least let's take it back to stuff that's not respawnable. That's pretty rare.
Large populations of game detected. Begin meditation.
Now let me just get something to drink. But we should be through this pretty quickly, I think. I did a little bit of... well, I spent most of the time on decoration on the other house. I don't know. It's a very, very mid game. Unless you're really into these kind of games, it's not really worth it. You'd have to be a big fan of this kind of stuff. And this is a nasty little biome. Now we'll make a run back with some junk I have. We've got to make some arrows. Take a quick look at everything I have going on in the other one and come back here. We'll raid the other temple. There's not much left to unlock, to be honest. I can't see it make a big difference in the game. 3 or 4 items of probably more junk. Probably another statue. There we go. Now,
Spirit restored.
we'll fill up with some junk and we'll bring this back immediately. I'll still need this little checkpoint because we're right down there at the cave. It's a good bit away. Let me see what more we need to bring. Oh, that's just food and stuff. What about the pelt? Oh my. Okay. Let's bring back this junk. We'll stop at the other spot as well and take any food that's there. That's if the plants manage to survive. But you see that red flag? Yeah. That's for the other temple. It was actually straight down in the end. It was just hard to see in the snowstorm. Oh yeah, we're at this one, aren't we? Okay, fair enough. We're probably better off making our way. Let me see where we are again. Okay, well, going to that one there might be a decent idea. And then we could hit back and collect any food that's there. This is by far the prettiest biome and the most fun to build in. Not that building is much, you know.
Place navigation flags to avoid getting lost.
We're wasting our time hunting him. Really got no room to carry the stuff from him. Hunting is a joke on this as well. Yeah, here we are. Right, we'll just see if there's any plants ready.
Engaged.
Need some food to spawn in and not that snake. Yeah, the food is spawned in. Okay, alright, now, that's a goner. Yeah, probably. Well, when you're not here anyway, it's much like Valheim. You know, when you capture those animals, you're trying to tame them, you've got to wait with them. It's pretty much the same with the plants. They seem to stop growing and you just kind of revert back to this if you're gone for a while. Not a problem. Okay. Let's drop off this junk and we'll see how we're doing on the other side. Oh. Nah, you're wasting your time trying to catch a lizard, really.
Inventory full.
Ah, yeah, whatever. Inventory full then. Okay, let's just see how we get here again. This way, I think. Yeah, we hog this side of this mountain, I think. Get here as quickly as they... Oh, hi, young. How have you been? Quickly as possible, we'll drop this junk out. I found the location of the other temple. It was just basically straight from where I was, but it was too hard to see. We gotta do... I have it marked, I didn't collect the junk, was there? Just bringing back the other stuff. I did probably the last of the decorating here, unless I find something new. Kind of disappointing with the stuff in this, to be honest. And it's a pity, it's a pretty enough game. Although they put the most work and detail into this first biome. Pretty sparse, the mountains, you know. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I've been feeling it lately. Absolutely.
Engaged.
Okay, well the plants are still alive anyway. Something. So this is the last of the decorating I've done. Oh my god, most of the stuff I had to tear it down to get this in. And you don't really get back the materials and they're so scarce, there's no need for it. So this is the last of the decorating. There's not a lot of junk you can throw around. I hid the lights in this. The only thing I could do. So it didn't turn out too bad. And it's much like Subnautica. They have some wall paintings. They're too big and they're too centered. When you put them on a wall, they're like about a foot out from the wall, like Subnautica. Ugh. Horrible. Not like Fallout 4, you know, when you stick something to a wall, if you're not careful, it kind of glitches through, it's nice and tight. Not with this. And there was some cabinets as well, it's the same thing, I couldn't use them. I was even lucky to get those chairs in so close. So that's the building, that's the best I could do with what they gave. Oh yeah, and this, they gave me this piece of junk. Now, it's supposed to be when you crouch down on that. No, yeah, I'm getting a lot of muscle pains. My shoulders and arms lately. It might be my blood pressure, I might have to get it checked. Yeah, my arms are always very, very sore. Very, very deep muscle pains. In this, it's supposed to be if you kind of crouch down on this, that it you know, it fixes your spirit, that bottom one, but it doesn't. So that's junk. So it's basically just decoration. And what I can't understand in this is we have a canteen, we can't drink from it. Unbelievable. Maybe on PC they could. Here, let me just save this. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, here it is, here. Now. Yeah, you can't drink from it. Yeah, I can't anyway. Unbelievable, isn't it? Brutally poorly designed game. Yeah, you can't drink from your canteen. That's gotta be an oversight for console. Oh, they're really messed up on this. Oh, I managed to pick up Fallout 3 again on sale. Young. I have a physical disc. The Game of the Year, it's got everything on it. My console is perfect and the disc is perfect, but it just won't play. Another little gag from Microsoft. But it came up on my feed. They were doing a massive sale on Fallout 3. I managed to get Fallout 3, the digital version, with all of the DLCs, all 5 DLCs, for €12. That's about 13 bucks. Yeah. So you'll never get a chance like that. You get a sale all the time. Let's say on Fallout 3 the game. But it's rare to see them come down substantially, the DLCs. You know, they always catch you with the DLCs. You know. Like if you were to buy Fallout New Vegas now, it would cost about $40. It's ridiculous for, you know, that game. But it's nice to have it now, because I know it's only like they're stopped making the consoles now that play physical discs. I'll eventually need it anyway, you know. Even if I could, you know, get it working, even if it did, you know, fix that bug or whatever it is, it's only a matter of time, you know. This generation's of console will last another year or two. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's been a long time. I don't think I've ever streamed it on Twitch, have I? I know I haven't got it in my VODs anyway, and that YouTube thing has been up a couple of years, I think. Yeah, well, that's on PC. Yeah, on Steam or the other things, everything. It's always so cheap, and sometimes they even give them away for free, don't they? No, on console, we're a kind of cash cow. You couldn't spoil us like that. Yeah. But eventually I have to change all my library, even though I've got physical discs and everything for them. It's unbelievable. I'll keep an eye out for the likes of Oblivion and New Vegas as well. But it's horrible when you have to keep buying stuff, again and again. They put these roadblocks. Hmm. I did, yeah. I haven't done. I was going to, remember. I was actually going to, and then the disc, even though it's perfect and the console is perfect, it wouldn't work. Oh, hi, Terry. How are you? Yeah, Point Lookout was probably the best DLC for that. Mothership Zeta and all that stuff. Fallout 3, let me see. That's the one, yeah. That was their first real kind of. How could I put this? Open world with those kind of graphics, yeah. And then New Vegas. New Vegas was released. It was released after that, wasn't it? I think it was. Yeah. That's the one where we start off in the vault, isn't it? Megaton and yeah, that was pretty well done. They'll never see those days again, you know that. In pain. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But know how you feel. Kind of up against it myself today. Hmm. Keeps crashing the game. Unbelievable, isn't it? And did you find out what the problem was? Yeah, that's right. They were working on it about 6 or 7 months before the release, I think, of Fallout 3. Yeah. Fallout 3 remastered. They'd only ruin it. Terry, you see what they did to Oblivion? We get the same game again with the graphics a little bit better with just more bugs. Although I don't remember a ton of bugs on Fallout 3, but I think there was a few. But nothing compared to the other games. Yeah, Fallout 3. But unfortunately the devs they have, well, in all game studios now, they're getting pretty they're getting they're getting pretty radical. They've been getting cancelled left, right, and centre for saying horrible things on social media. Companies will pay for that, you know. Yeah, the people making games, well, and all of the studios, as far as I can say, from you know, definitely from what I can see, their main focus is not making games. Apparently, it's making speeches and uh, you know political statements. Unbelievable. I never thought gaming would ever go like this, to be honest. It goes to show you too, doesn't it? Young, back in the beginning where it was just, some devs trying to make a buck and doing the best job they can. We appreciated that. Now they're coming out with slop and, it's 55 different prices and you gotta take that kind of abuse as well. Hmm. You're joking me. Oh, well, that's absolutely terrible, isn't it? Seeing as Microsoft, Microsoft are doing Windows 11, and well, that game is theirs now. So people buying that will make the money. You would think they would do something about that, wouldn't you, Young? Oh, I could never understand corporations, especially Microsoft. I suppose they do the numbers, how much it would be to fix stuff, and how much they might get from something, and if one outweighs the other, it's all about the money, I suppose. Who needs a reputation or goodwill? You can't bring that to the bank or eat it. Hmm. Oh God. Yeah, it'll just be a cash grab like Oblivion. They've already probably working on it. They'll get some other studio to do it, like like they get modders to do stuff. They get some other studio to do it. It will be a big hype for about 2 weeks. They'll get a pile of cash, and then they'll move on, and everybody else will be stuck with a remaster game with way more bugs. Mwah. I'm really gone off BGS, young, to be honest. I have zero faith in those guys. Uh, the remaster of Oblivion, Starfield, the stuff that they've been doing for the past 2 decades, and their attention seems to be not focused on making games or fixing the junk they have. Now they seem to be more interested in Twitter rants and sticking their nose into everything that's nothing got to do with games. But that's all companies now, not just BGS. But BGS are not in the position, to be doing something like that. I think, they've lost a lot of goodwill. Mm. Yeah, but that was leaked with the Microsoft acquisition, wasn't it? The Oblivion remaster. To be honest, Skyblivion would have been way better. That's coming out shortly, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. No, the only way forward in any kind of games now, it's a PC. It has, yeah. At ultra low settings across the board on my laptop. The temperatures are through the roof. Oof. CPU temperatures in let's hit. Ooh. Unbelievable. There must be zero optimization in that game. It's not, if you think about it, it's not running a lot. If you think about it compared to the old games, what they've been doing, young, on that, the coloring and the shading that BGS use. I know they did a ton of updates where they do the shadows and stuff like that. Out from being unoptimized, which they never really do properly. For the tiniest little advantage, maybe in shadowing or something, it uses up a lot, Yeah, it absolutely uses up a lot. I heard that Borderlands 4 as well have been using what do you call that thing? It's pretty much tanking in frame rate and everything. They're using some setting and they've kind of built it around, and it's for high performance. I've seen a lot of complaints about it on social media. Some guys kind of breaking it down a lot, but the game is running pretty badly even on high-end PCs. They're struggling to get about 30ish frame. Yeah, the frame rate, which is PC, a high-end PC. Yeah. The CEO, whatever his name, said, "Oh, blah blah blah. We've done a good job optimizing and that, and you've got to use, what's he call it again? Some kind of thing." And the guy was saying, "Well, yeah, you don't really build a game around that. It's an optional thing, let's say, to improve performance. The native settings in the game should have been enough to handle the game properly without using this." So he said they built a game around that to take advantage of it. So they probably built a game around that to save some work. And that has problems as well. It looks great, but if you have a mid-range gaming PC like mine, you can't really play it in fear It will fry your PC. Oh my good god. They need to do something about this, you know. For starters, anyway, you know, no matter what PC you get, you know, you shouldn't be fearful that it's gonna just absolutely fry up. Isn't there a safety measure on those games? Yeah. Shouldn't there be some kind of safety measure or something when it hits a certain temperature? But these games that demand so much, there's no need. You know, they're leaving a lot of work to other systems. You know, not really for PC. Oh my. Oh. But even guys on you know, even guys playing with the newest chip, and I think the newest chip is going for around £3,000. It's ridiculous, isn't it? You know, to get an Nvidia chip, gaming chip, you know, just one chip, and I think it's something like £3,000. Even on those chips, you know, Borderlands 4 is running pretty drab. Irony is, it's probably running a little bit better on console. But PC has been kind of suffering with that for a while, hasn't it? Oh, it just shuts off. Did you hear? Did you hear that rumor going around, Young? That Microsoft. Well, I do know that they have a research center in Australia, chip research and stuff like that. Microsoft, but it shut down recently, and the rumors are that all the people working there were given huge bonuses, and they had to move to the US. But the rumor's been going around that they managed to crack some problem with a chip. They can run CPUs and chips now without any heat whatsoever, some kind of quantum thing. I think it's BS, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's some kind of BS. But imagine that, you know, you could run your PC on any game, and the heat wouldn't be a problem. Imagine how many problems that would solve. Or other applications as well, on servers, let's say. Or even for AI. But personally, I don't believe it, to be honest. That's like the holy grail of that industry, you know. Yeah, I don't believe it, not for a moment. To be honest, yeah. Something like that, let's say. You'd expect the military to get that, you know. I'm sure there's a few uses for that somewhere. Yeah, zero heat. I don't know about that one. But the applications for that, no, there's just so many of them, isn't there? No, let's get rid of this junk while stop hacking it away. Okay. Rocks. Clay. Clay. Oh, I'm using the clay on the other side. Actually, I'm using the rocks as well. Yeah, I've moved on the other side. Rocks, clay and wood. Just the fruit card, gemstones and all of that junk. Let's put those away. I'll start loading those up. Yeah, they were talking about that. To be honest, I don't believe it for a moment. There we go. The obsidian, I think I've got a ton. Oh, I've got some more. Let me see. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good for ore. Rotten meat. Where did I put that little guy? There it is. Yeah, we'll get rid of this, quickly enough. Oh, we better bring some of that spirit thing with us, that stuff for emergencies. Where is it? We're gonna start checking that cave. Tonic of life, there it is. There, 4 of them. More than enough. There. Now, the pelting here. Then we'll collect the fish, we'll make sure the plant is okay. And we'll do our second run and we'll get that gem. I used a ton of pals, but eventually they're not that hard to come by. That's full, isn't it? I'll get rid of these guys here. We're almost full with pelts. Kill a lot of wolves. Now, oyster shell and venom gland. Where are we gonna hold these guys? There's the anti-venom tonic. Out of 4 of those there. There. I don't want to lose those. What have we got here? Rotten meat. There's the venom gland there. I don't know why I'm even collecting them. The poison thing is, it's a waste of time. What have we got here? Ah, okay. You can go there. Where are you? Now, where's the fruit core? Well,
Damaging trees is strictly prohibited.
okay, we take that as well. Good fruit core. There's a fruit core. There, we'll drop that junk down there. Plenty of room for that. Yeah, that's all I've got left in that stupid green stuff. There. Right, almost done. Get rid of these flowers. Yeah, well, I don't think we need any more of these. That's it. I think we're full up on obsidian, so I'll... Oh no, we're not. We're not. I must have used them for something. Apparently. I'm gonna dump off the other one now. Oh, hang on, we'll grab this junk while we're here. Oh, no fish. That's usually the situation once you leave too long. You really get no fish. Now, just get these guys in and then we'll check the nets. I'm holding wood here. I am. Oh, getting kind of desperate as well for food. I have to do something with that. And that's the rock. Okay, let's do something about this food before we croak. There. I'm gonna have to make some room somewhere, you know that. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll push it in here for a bit. Okay, we'll take out 2, 3, 4 of those and 9 of these. And that should make some room. There, that's good enough. Okay, water and food. I'm gonna get on those straight away. And I scrap this down for a minute. I'll cook this real quickly.
Engage.
That's one way of doing fishing, isn't it? Okay. What do we like? The carbs are not too bad. Right, let's cook this food. This guy is, he's pretty hungry. We'll sort the food situation off, get some water and then we're off. That canteen, it probably was meant to carry water, but I don't know, I can't drink from it. No food. That's not the one. There we go. Now, let's get rid of some of these. We'll just cook what we need. No point in doing too much. Takes too long to smoke meat as well, then if you leave you'll lose all the wood. It should have been as quick as this. I really poorly designed this game. Poorly designed. My summing up of this game, well, as a game, you know, it was a 5 out of 10. And I really give it that because of the graphics. But there's some other things, you know, wrong with the game. Horrible. There's even a few bugs. That's gonna force me to do another little side playthrough sometime to get the last achievement out. But once I found the bugs, you know, I couldn't even give it 5. I was giving it 5 because of the graphics. But the game is, it's frustrating. It's needlessly complicated. It's definitely time padded a lot. There's really not much to do in the game. You know, and from forage for food. The level design is horrible. And, you know, even the building, there's really not enough stuff, you know, to even, you know, get much from that. Oh, hang on. I'll just cook 2 more and that should do it. Yeah, but I think that's just rumors about Microsoft. Of course, it doesn't hurt Microsoft to let these rumors persist. You know, it might give them a bump in stock price. But that's all you're really doing in this game, cooking and eating. And hunting. And scavenging. And you see this here, trying to work out which one you're on. This is a pain in the backside. That's why I missed the smoker in the beginning. There. Well, at least a freezer or something. Alright, we'll dump the obsidian and then we're good. We'll just check the nets down here. That wasn't bad, I managed to hide that junk there. You can't put that directly on this, which is really stupid. Really stupid. I just dumped that there. Okay. We'll quickly check the nets down here and then we'll hunt our way back. And I'll make sure those plants are watered before we go this time. So when we get to the other side, we will need to... What was it? Oh yeah, we have to grab the last gem from the temple. Then we'll get back to home base. Home base is a small cabin I built outside the cave. Oh, the key. We have to find the key. The key might be closer. We might actually look for the key first. Get that, bring it back. Save, and then go and get the gem. Spiky grass, yeah? Do you know it was a great kind of, oh, you couldn't really call it survival, but a great indie game with that medieval dynasty. But imagine those kind of games, let's say, with more mainstream quests, you know. I wouldn't mind paying the money for those. And that should give to those, that slop, that AAA slop. You know, they could do a bit more. But those guys impressed me actually with, you know, the NPCs. Yeah, when you're gone a while, these don't work. Not like you can leave the biome and come back and this will be full. Hardly guessed. Okay, let's grab a few bits and pieces here and we're off. Just while we're here, we might as well. No. I've got enough of those. Okay. Can we get our spirits back up here? We can. I don't know, we might have to wait tonight. What time is it? Yeah, it's 5:25, it's too late. So we messed about here for a while. I'm gonna head off first thing in the morning. Well, we might... I think we have enough food down there. We might bring some.
Begin meditation.
I just should have seen this game at the start. This food situation was ridiculous. You know, right from the start, really, if we had to know where everything was to make a planter, any way you'd survive. And that stupid smoker that cost me an achievement. 16 recipes, that's what to say you've got to do for the achievement, but there are actually 19. But if you do the 16 without doing the smoked meat, you've bugged the achievement. Obviously not on purpose, but it goes to show you, doesn't it? Now, having 19 when you only have to do 16 seems to be good, until something like that comes up. But I should be able to get it in about 10 or 12 hours, I'd say. You know, whenever I'm not streaming, just come in, make a shack. You know, all I'd have to do is pick the 6 temples, which are, I don't know what are easy enough.
Restored.
Once I grab the berries and once I get the ice from the other dome, that's it really. Should do it, or even beforehand maybe. Well, that's the story with that one. That's if it's working. Now, lots of people have reported that bug where That did not unlock for them. But also I'm going to collect the last gem. That bugged out for them. And entering the North Cave bugged out for them as well. Those three in particular. But that was back in 24.
Maintain a height spirit so your senses are keen.
That's one thing playing a bad game, but having all the achievements bugged, that's not good. Now if we're sleeping here, oh that's okay for a while. What have we got here? Rocks and wood. Oh, we'll have to make a ton of arrows while we're here as well. Yeah, that's one thing I've got to do. Yeah, the wolves are pretty bad. Okay. What do we need for the arrows anyway? Crafting, hunting. Okay, wood. Okay, so if I make... How many have I got? Let's say 50 arrows, so I need 43. Inventory. Well, I don't think I've got the rocks. We'll go for 28 then. 28 we'll have to do. I need 24 of these. Should be it. Yeah, and now I need the 7 feathers. We'll get these out of the way. There we go. What do we like for arrows? Yeah, we're pretty decent. We are pretty decent. Right, let's get some sleep. And then the fish should be ready in the morning. We'll grab them and we'll check our plants before we go. Then we'll do a save and we're all set to head back out. Yeah, the lights come on at 7. But it's pitch dark at 6. So I don't get that. That's me without the lights. So that's not bad lighting. I didn't want to overdo it too much, too bright. Well, that kind of works. And then, yeah, you've got that, so we've got plenty of light. Oh, we even got our guest bedroom. Oh yeah. We need the carbs on that one.
Spirit restored.
We always have one on that, let's say, for emergencies. Let me get that one in. There. Let it cook a little bit, we'll get it in the morning. What's our carbs like now? Perfect. Perfect. Anytime you ever see anyone playing this game, they're always starving. I know why now. Food is just too hard to find. Yeah, I even got lighting on that little guy, and what's this like? 44%. Okay, let's sleep. We'll quickly check the nets and we'll see if this needs watering before we go, and then more history. Not that it's gonna make much of a difference, I'd say. Okay, turn that off. Okay, let's sleep. Yeah, we'll save before we sleep. We might have to make one more run with some junk I have. Might as well get it out of the way. Because if I manage to find this key quickly, we'll just barely, get one stream from this. And it's one more stream is enough, to be honest. One is enough. I don't expect that Stranded Deep one as well. I've got that to play yet to be much better. Something like this with graphics that's not as good. Now, I took my blood pressure medication, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay, that's that out of the way. Now, sleep outside, you're almost guaranteed to get bitten by a spider. Now, right, let's check this for starters. Oh, nice. Okay, we'll water that when we get back later.
Ruins activated.
These flowers were an absolute lifesaver. You need these for medications, snake bite, all that kind of stuff. I expected to see a lot more stuff in this game, to be honest, but I was disappointed. Yeah, we might as well fill up on this junk. Yeah, you're always using wood. Wood and stone mostly, but definitely wood. Even if you finish the building, you'll always need it for campfires and that kind of junk. We'll do a quick clean up around here. At least these keep respawning back. Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay, let's check our nets. Oh, we might be able to do some more. There we go. See, if when you're here you'll get the fish, but when you're gone, yeah, it doesn't seem to do it that way. Now, the beauty about catching fish in this game, you know, when you kill something and get the meat, if you store a hold in your inventory within 3 days it's rotten, you can't eat it. The fish, let's say when you catch them, you can store them in your inventory or in a box, they'll never go off. But you've got to throw them on the ground and kind of scrap them, and then you get meat that can go off. So it's like having food that never goes off. You can scrap it whenever you want. That one is kind of fixed later, let's say, with the refrigerator. That doesn't help you when you're on the move. So fish is a good way in this. Pity I didn't know that in the beginning. Would have saved me some hassle. Grab as many stone as we can here as well. Get the last of the arrows. Ah, there we go. Now,
Engaged.
and you always need wood, tons of it. Right. I see that. The sea urchins are back. Exact same poison as the snake venom. This is frustrating here. The current. We used to have that problem in Fallout 4 in building, and then we got over it by wearing the power armor. Kind of anchored us. Oh, come on. Frustrating little guy. Okay, let's get some water or some air. And there's 2 more urchins to take out here.
Engaged.
One there. And then there's one over here. Let me get some air. There he is. Done. Well, I suppose it's kind of handy to put the the nets there. Now, you can make poison arrows, okay, with these. So you think it's pretty good. So your ordinary arrow, it takes, I think it does about 20-25 damage. So you're talking about 5 hits on a wolf and 5 hits on a bear for some reason. So you'd say to yourself, okay, I'll collect these, and it's more expensive. We need obsidian as well. We'll make a poison arrow, and what? We'll get them out with 2, maybe 3. Nah, takes the exact same amount of arrows. It's really stupid. Oh, hi Mixtape. How are you? What have you been up to? Yeah, we're just finishing off this game here. I wouldn't recommend it. The graphics are pretty good, and the game is kind of okay, but it's too frustrating. Level design is brutal, and there's a couple of things that's achievements that are bugged as well, unfortunately. There's not much to the game, so they centered it around, scraping up food all the time, and that gets old pretty quick. It's a pity. A little bit more work, it would have been a decent game. So, how have you been, Mixtape? So we just got one more temple to raid, and I've already got it marked with a flag, and then we've got to find a key, and I've got a kind of cabin outside the cave once we get the key. Well, basically, once we get the other thing, that gem, go in, raid the cave, take the junk in there, and that's pretty much it. I think we've got to make our way back to here and go through the other thing, and we've finished the game. But I will have to come back in some other time. It'll take me probably 12 or 15 hours to get the achievement because it bugged out. There's one about getting 16 recipes Mixtape, but they don't tell you there's 19 in the game. And apparently if you get the 16 recipes done and don't do the smoked meat, you've bugged out the achievement. I don't know. Same thing, yeah. Yeah, it was pretty big on Steam apparently in 2020. I think I read somewhere it won Indie Game of the Year for 2020. But I suppose back in 2020, survival games were starting off, and there wasn't much to compare to. But visually it is pretty pleasing, especially on this island. Not so much in the forest, and definitely not so much in the mountain. But very, very, very bad level design. Oh, and welcome back, Young. Hi, Jarton. How have you been? Now, let's say out from that, you can do a bit of building as well, but it doesn't even go far enough in the building, if you know what I mean. It's short many pieces, and it doesn't give you a pretty satisfying kind of building experience either. So, as a survival game, it's not that interesting. As a building game, it doesn't offer enough. But the only thing it has going for it is graphics. I was giving it a 5 out of 10, let's say on a Croc scale, because of the graphics. But once I realised that there's a few bugs in the game, especially the achievements ones, they're the ones that really tick me off. So I'll have to take 2 points off it. I was giving it 2 for the graphics, so I would rate it a 3 out of 10, But having said that, even my favourite game, let's say Skyrim, I would only rate that a solid 7, and at a stretch maybe 8. And again, I take a lot off for bugs and silliness as well. So, I'd rate this one 3. I don't think I've ever met a game I could rate for 9. No, if you're being honest with yourself, no matter how good the game is, if there's issues, you gotta take off something for that. Playing RPGs becoming a bit of an addiction. It can be alright. They are very, very, very immersive. Yeah, that's a good thing as well. I got into the building game, the kind of exploration games. What did we start with, Young? We started with Valheim, wasn't it? Yeah, I was really looking forward to playing that. I couldn't believe it when it was released on Xbox. Then we went to Subnautica, then Below Zero, then Medieval Dynasty. We did quite a few, and then No Man's Sky. Oh, I've never heard of that one. PC probably, is it? Solista. Oh, hi Kazoo, and how have you been? Ah, yeah, Baldur's Gate. Great story I've heard, and a great game. But I could never warm to those kind of tabletop-looking kind of games. You know, the one where, the story is done with cutscenes, and then you're kind of walking around with a tiny character like World of Warcraft, with a circle around your character, and you've got some guys following you. That kind of Diablo, kind of. Yeah, I could never warm to them. Even back when those games were popular. You know, but I won't take it from it. It's a great game. It's just not my thing. You know.
Engage.
Alright, that looks pretty good. We'll bring back this chunk and then we'll just get the rest of the rocks.
Engage.
And we need some junk for arrows as well, so we'll sort out that one. And I suppose we'll finish off our meditation as well. Well, we should be able to leave from here now. It's pretty early. We get back and at the very least do a run and get some of that junk out we have in storage. Just randomly tapping the keyboard. Nice, yeah. Yes, since I was born. Oh, you're quite young, yeah. Just, 25 at most? Oh, I was a bit late to board games. In the middle of RPGs and things like that. Nowadays I'm enjoying everything I can. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, always find what you like. I'd try any game within reason, but I am drawn to RPGs in particular. But specific types, let's say, I much prefer an open world, that kind of BGS thing where you can ignore the story if you want to and just go around and explore and fix your character up and do that kind of stuff. I particularly lean towards the kind of medieval stuff, bow, swords, that. Don't mind the magic and stuff; it doesn't have to be in there. And building, yeah, I like building and character advancement, that kind of stuff. Greedfall, yeah. Did you play it yet? Mixtape. Yeah, I was pretty disappointed in that. I played it a good while back.
Begin meditation.
Yeah. It was like a cross between Assassin's Creed and Risen. You remember that old 360 game, Risen? I was very disappointed. Oh, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Place navigation flags to avoid.
I was
getting lost.
disappointed. Now, I got all the achievements, but I've still got the DLC, Young, to play for that one as well. I got it on sale. Yeah, Spider is the name of the company that do that. So got through it all. I found that the game, you'd finish a quest that keeps sending you from pillar to post to kind of stretch out the quest as long as possible. It wasn't a true open world. It was those kind of corridors things, where you go to one little section of land and then the other one. And the story I thought was lacking. The character progression, not really what it should have been. Yeah, yeah. It was an old game called Risen. I expected it to be a cross between that and Assassin's Creed. You know. First time, I'm jealous. Ah, yeah, my favorite game, Skyrim. But favorite games can be deceiving. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a great or brilliant game. Maybe it was your first game in that kind of RPG. It was so long ago. And let's say you know, it kind of invokes memories of better times. Maybe people that are no longer with you and stuff like that. It's pretty much like, listening to your favorite music. You would hear a song or whatever, and it would just invoke a memory of happier times. You know, so yeah, that's really what you know. There's lots of things. There's a sentimental kind of attachment to a game. Diablo 4 for yeah, exactly the same reason for sure. Yeah, yeah, I thought it was an amazing game. There's so much to do, but it's nice to be able to walk away from that and just go and explore. What BGS had in Skyrim, where let's say you're walking in the wilderness, yeah, and then you see something interesting, and it's worth investigating because you'll pick up some nice loot, or maybe there's a hidden quest there, or you'll pick up some decent weapons that you're badly lacking, or armor. Always something interesting, so it's worth your while to investigate. So that makes exploration rewarding. Starfield didn't have that. Not even close. Zero. Mm. Oh, I'm an old hand at Oblivion. Yeah. The original game. Well, that is the original game with just better graphics. I think I played it here a few times, guys, didn't I? I have a lot of time on Oblivion. Great game. Loved the story. That game had meaning. It was a way better story than Skyrim, but Skyrim was much superior with obviously with graphics. I like the colors, the kind of earthy colors. I know not everyone likes the colors in Skyrim, but I like them more natural like that. I don't like it too colorful, too cartoony. But the story was lacking, I must say. But still not as bad as Starfield, you know. And the remaster they did, all they did really was just fix up the graphics. It's pretty much like if you have, kind of we call them a banger. It's a car, let's say, that's not too good. And let's say your automobile is not great, It's got engine problems and that, and you're out of fortune, getting it fixed up, but you need it to get to work. And then somebody gives it a makeover, a new coat of spray, and they put some nice seat covers and clean it up, and it looks $1 million. But underneath is still the same pile of slop that you keep having problems with. And that's the way I look at the remaster of Oblivion. It's what we call here a pig in a bag. Yeah, you know, it's something that looks good, but it's the same, underneath. Yeah, that kind of thing. But like, for what it is, okay, they did a fairly decent job, I suppose, fixing it up. But it's nothing mixtape that a couple of talented modders wouldn't do. We've seen them do some fantastic things, on the modding scene, and they do it for free. So BGS went along, got some other company to do that, and now they're charging everyone here €65 for a game. Well, I got Cyberpunk with the Phantom Liberty DLC for 50. So why would I go along and give 65 for a game, I already have, but they won't allow me to play because it's a physical disc. So they want me to pay again, and they want me to pay, let's say, full price for a new release for a game that's older than me. And so what? They give it a makeover. But it's like being catfished. Let's say you go on some dating website and someone puts their photo up of when they were 20, and you go on that date and now they're 60. Or else they use the photo of their friend. Yeah, you're pretty much getting catfished. You know? You peel off all that makeup and stuff and there's nothing much underneath. Mm. Little by little. Always, yeah, make sure, and what you should do is kind of stay off the main quest as much as you can, doing the side content, and then hit the main story. and just kind of paying attention to the game. Yeah, but Skyrim is a funny game. It kind of grows on you slowly, you know. And no matter how many times you play, there's always something you forgot that it reminds you of, or something new to find. Yes, there. But the devs and the quest designers that did Skyrim and Oblivion, they're long gone from that company. All that company seems to be doing now is, really kind of turning out some kind of, AAA slop that all the companies are doing, you know. When we're talking about, let's say, the likes of BGS in particular, we have to go to their latest offering, and that would be Starfield. Everything they did on that was pretty meager, and it's nothing that other companies haven't done much better. Like, take for instance, the only thing they had going from them that was kind of original, or was kind of interesting, was the shipbuilding. They really made some problems on that. You couldn't make the shipbuilder at your base. That was bugged. Okay, fair enough. And then when you were making the ship, unless you finished it completely and it was in a position to fly, it wouldn't let you save your progress on your ship. And if you backed out, you'd have to start again from scratch, and it took ages, and it was complicated, and it was kind of hard to get the pieces together. And No Man's Sky did an update on their game for free, as usual, and they did the shipbuilding thing. You can save your ship, when it's partially done, and they've simplified it a lot. Very, very easy to use, compared to the rubbish they did in Starfield. So, whatever BGS does in a game, there's indie companies out there that can do it 100 times better, or take their NPCs in every single game. But let's say especially Fallout 4, when you do the settlement building, the NPCs seem fair enough. You go to the settlement, blah, they're moving around okay on the original game, but you start building in that settlement, putting in new objects. The old story. They'll walk into walls, walk off balconies, that kind of silliness. Spawn beneath them, spawn over them, fall from the sky. I was playing an indie game, Medieval Dynasty, and the AI padding on the NPCs was truly impressive. I'd never seen them make a mistake. I even built a maze, and I watched them negotiate through it immediately without making one mistake. So I thought that was kind of hard to do, and that's why BGS is having problems. But now that I see that indie companies can do it no problem, it's easy actually. It's just BGS don't really care, They'll just kind of churn out that slop, and people eat it up. Yeah. If you do any kind of settlement building, I have a lot of hours on BGS games. I have a lot of hours on BGS games. Too many, actually. But Oblivion is a special game, no doubt. With Oblivion, the quests you were doing, they all had interesting stories. You didn't really know where it was going, You'd start off a quest and you didn't know what to expect. That's what made it really interesting, and pretty decently written, most of them, anyway, at least, and even the quest lines. You do one in Fallout 4, out from the main story. It's tame enough, maybe some of the side quests. But most of the quests are simply you meet this guy, and he sends you to kill this other guy, and you collect A, B weapon, or B weapon, and then you return. And you do that over and over and over again. And it's gotten to the stage on these AAA games where the side quests are like that. And even in Starfield, the whole main story was that. You go to a cave, you fly around in the air, you go through this little hoop, and you rinse and repeat. Over and over again. Horrible. Repeatable kind of quests. Oh, hi Notorious. And how have you been? Yeah, well, we're just talking about, games and such. And how have you been? But yeah, there is still some great games out there. Well, it's not too bad. It's rained, so we don't have to water those plants. So that's definitely something. We'll just pack away this stuff and we'll head off. And I think we've got one more load of junk to bring back, and then we're good. Now let's see. Yeah, all the food. I'll tell you, we'll bring this with us here. Well, we'll put it away for a while, I suppose. Now, what did I need? I needed some more arrows. So we got 11 rock and 40 wood. So, what have we got in arrows? We need 15. Okay, we could do with 4 more rock. Let's see if we can grab it. Yeah, I prefer an even 50 arrows. If I could. Let's see if we can grab 4 more rock. Always the case, isn't it? There's never a rock around when you need one. Okay, there's one. We need 3 more. Oh, hang on, we're back here. Okay. Oh, you gotta be here somewhere. 2. Ah, here, that's enough. We got him. Yeah, that should do. Yeah, I'd be surprised how much materials it actually is. Now, let's make the rest of our arrows. Doing alright. Ah, not too bad, thank you. Nice to know you're doing well, Notorious. My friends can hear you, and you're making them sleepy, yeah? Yeah. I should have been a sleeping aid. It's just a kind of low tone can do that, Terry. Yeah? Now, oh yeah, the arrows. That's the problem with putting up too many flags. We'll get rid of them shortly. Now, what did I say I needed? 15 arrows. We'll just get 15 feathers. Put away the other junk. And we'll do something with that food as well, I'd say. And what about these guys? Not done yet. Okay, 15 of them. Oh, I got 21. Yeah, okay. Will do. Couple more won't really bother that much. Oh, the flowers and junk. Let's put these away. I kind of forgot about the food we picked up. Okay. Oh, okay, we got some glands. Where did I put those? That's rotten meat. There we go. I'll have to put away this junk as well. I suppose I could bring some. Oh, look at that water. And of course we need to take some food. Right, let's put this junk away then. I'm running out of room here, to be honest. Big time. Is that cooked meat? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Now, I suppose we have no choice. I better put these in here. I never thought I'd have too much food, but there you go. Anti-venom, tonic of life, blah blah blah. Okay. What do we like for carbs? We're good for carbs. Alright, we'll strip down this food a bit. Now this is kind of weird because you've got to scrap food.
Engage.
There, now we're stored in our refrigerator. And then we're good. Now all we've got to do, just inside the dome, I've got another ton of junk that we've got to move, and that's it. I'll try and stretch it out so we can get a full stream from this, but if I think I know where the key is. I think I've seen it and then I had to reload later. I've seen a chest, so yeah, if the key's there, there's not much left in the game. And even though the game is, it's kind of okay, I won't be sad to leave it, to be honest. It's not the greatest. There. We'll do that food in a moment. So, yeah, I need some food. I better bring some as well. So, let's say we get 3 of these. And we'll kind of cook them up. And then we're ready to go. We don't have to do the crop watering because it started to rain, so that was kind of fortunate. So we cooked 3 of these. We'll eat one and we'll do a save and we'll head off. Well, it is kind of late in the day now. We're better off just making the collection run. Just right inside the dome, so it should be easy enough. Grab what we need from that, and I've already got some supplies down at the cave and kind of temporary accommodations as well, so we'll be okay. Good. That's it. Oh, our carbs are okay, so we don't need that. We're good to go, guys. Now, we'll do a save here. Yeah, I think we can save off these. There we go. Yeah, and this is our this is the best I could do with the stuff they gave me. But it leaves a lot to be desired. There's nothing for the windows. Yeah, you know. 0 for the windows. I think it's really silly. Now apparently on PC there was shutters. So what they probably did when they were porting it over to console, no, they had to scrape, I suppose, to make room or whatever. But they didn't do a good job. But these games don't really carry up a lot of space. There's some things that they missed, and There's some things they didn't get right, like this kind of thing here. And once I see things like that in a game, it's kind of a red flag. You know, that, let's say, you know, the game wasn't exactly a passion project for them. The kind of developers, you know, good enough thing. You know, when they seen this, it would have been easy before they launched the game to fix, you know, in editing mode. Just a little tweak on that would have fixed it. I know it's not much, but, you know, they kind of pile up the little problems like that after a while. Now I just dropped something on the ground. There it is. And leaving stuff out and that kind of stuff. But I suppose that is the problem too, the dark side of indie games. A lot of them would start off in early access, you know, where you get a place and then they'd slowly introduce more stuff, more things to do. I suppose the problem with that is if the game is not that good, you know, obviously initially at launch you'll get a good few people buying or whatever, but if it's not a game that will keep people playing, the money will dry up, and these guys will just barely fix it up enough so they don't get sued, you know, which leaves the game in a pretty bad state, you know. Do I accept Steam friend? I always accept friend requests on Discord, mixtape, or I'm on Xbox on console. Yeah, so I don't know if you're on PC. Can you friend anyone from PC to Xbox? But I have YouTube. Well, there's no friend thing in that, but there's definitely a friend thing in Discord. Yeah. I don't know. Is there a kind of cross-platform thing for friends? I don't think so. From PC to console. Console is pretty limited. Yeah. But I always accept friend requests. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know, to be honest. But I know that there's not a really good setup. Although, let's say most games now, they're making them kind of cross-platform so they can play together. But I'm not sure about the friends thing. Yeah. Oh, you forgot I was on, yeah, on console. I was thinking about switching to PC. But, you know, trying to make room in that. There's an old room that I want to make my games room. But it's currently been occupied by about 120 pairs of ladies' shoes. And maybe about 600 or 700 handbags. So I'll have to find a way to dump those. Yeah, my wife has an obsession with things, you know. Personally, myself, you know, if I've got my TV, my Xbox, and just a few other necessities, you know, it's kind of okay for me. I usually keep about maybe, you know, kind of half a dozen pairs of shoes, mostly formal, stuff like that. When any of them get a little bit iffy, I'll just get rid of them before I get another pair, and that's it. You know, keeping a set amount of things. I never liked a lot of things. But I wouldn't exactly call myself Spartan, I suppose. I suppose mid, you know, typical guy kind of thing. Right, okay. Food is okay, right. Let's save and let's see if we can at least bring over that next load of stuff. It's a bit late now in the day, so we'd want to be saving right over in the other biome. We need to get to there, but I don't think we can go in a straight line here. There's a mountain in the way. Oh yeah, you can't see the map in this. It's just this kind of mural, this painting. And you don't know where you are on the island, so you've got to go by, you know, the way you know. And you'd have to go around the coast to get to that, and it's much, much further. You're actually better going this way here, around the side of the mountain, and then we should be able to get a straight run there. And of course, if we find any piggies, We'll take them out or
Ruins
whatever.
unlock every morning.
But we'll only stop for that, maybe pick a bit of food. Not that we need it. And then be on the lookout for some snakes. The humidity is creeping up here a bit as well, but I've got a fan on. But still. Yeah, we're going to that one there actually. That's our other camp. It's just a temporary thing. That's down there. That's down near the forest biome. We're going this way here. Yeah, we don't need those. Yeah, if we tried to get the other way, we just have to go around the entire island. Oh, what do we like for meditation? Okay, why not? Why not? Yeah, humidity's. I'd say it's in the early 90s. Horrible, and it's like what? It's after 3 a.m. here. But it's really after midnight it kicks in. Makes it very, very hard to sleep, and it's not exactly warm outside. But pretty much like this jungle biome we're in here. Small island, lots of rain. Yeah. Gonna get a lot of humidity.
Spirit restored.
Right, okay. There. Okay. Very easy to make a wrong turn. I think we can go down this way. Or just the one with the dead end, I'm not sure. I don't think we can. Ah, that's an interesting feature there, isn't it? Wouldn't be a bad place to build either, but here wouldn't be a bad place to build. I think I was thinking about building here at one stage. Maybe I should have. But the other place, much prettier. Yeah, that's how you can tell you're getting close to something. I guess down here. The other temple I think we found. There we go, guys. That's the beauty of the flags. It would be very, very hard to find a way here without it. Right, let's hop in and we'll grab this junk. Because it's, what, almost 4. So every hour is about 2 minutes in real time. And you'll get about maybe 10 hours, about 20 minutes in a day in real time. Where's our temporary camp here? Here. Ooh. Yeah, here it is. Just want to grab this junk. Get it out. Ah, let's see what we need. Okay. Yeah, it's the parts. They weigh pretty heavy. I really need the obsidian, we'll leave it there. Yeah, you see what I mean about the palace? Oh, sugar.
Damaging
Oh, you
pets is
little...
strictly prohibited.
Where is he? There he is. Oh my good God. One moment. Ah, sugar. I got killed. Now, here's another thing. When you get killed in this game like this, you can't reload for some reason. Yeah? Oh, hang on, you can. Sometimes you get stuck. Ah, okay. I wasn't quick enough jumping on that stupid thing. Oh, at least we got a save here. Ah, that's horrible. I'll have to be more careful next time. See, you've got to get here. I should have saved when I got there straight away. But most of the time, 9 times out of 10, if you get killed like that, you can't reload. You've got to kind of hard stop the game. Sugar. Oh, that usually doesn't happen. We'll run down here as quick as we can. And that's a pity. And that's only 5 minutes anyway, but still. All I needed to do was just grab that junk. I wasted too much time. I should have going in, I should have saving that game on a different save spot. Because there's usually a couple of wolves hanging around there.
Chests that contain
Okay, we'll make that
items.
mistake again.
They are gifts left here for you.
We'll get down here real quick. Ah. Yeah. Useless, really. Oh, okay, down here, okay. Oh, we got it down here quicker this time, but... Is that a pig? Oh. Is that a piggy? Oh, I can't really see him if it is. Okay. Nah, not worth tracking him down. Not really worth tracking him down, is it? Here we go. Now we're wasting our time with these wolves with one of these, so we'll be careful this time. When I run, yeah, the game is not really optimized that well, is it? Okay. Okay. Stupid wolves. I should have built a platform to jump up on here. Not exactly the safest of places. Right down there. Now I usually get up here and I can get away from these guys. See like that? Now, I don't see any wolves now. Great stuff, huh? That's what I tried to do last time.
A balanced diet prevents malnutrition.
Oh, the food maybe not so much. We could kind of leave those there. And the mushrooms, no? No mushrooms. Okay, we just leave those. Nah, it's a lot of pals. Ooh, it's a nice amount of gold. Alright, that's it. That's all our junk out then. We'll bring this back with a run. We'll try and get back here by nightfall. Or at least first thing in the morning. And then I'll head to my other little spot. Just need to get this junk back. Except the obsidian, we don't really need that. There. Yeah, you see that? Marker. Well, I think it's down there. Oh, it should be. Right, let's get out of here quick. Quick as we can. Too hot. Really? 80 Fahrenheit. Don't know how hot it is here. It's not the heat that really. I'm not too bad with the heat. It's the humidity. Although I'm pretty good with humidity. I don't even feel it till it gets to maybe the kind of 85%-ish. You know, most people would kind of feel it around 70. I'm so used to it, you know. But it's ridiculous here. You know, well, definitely over the past 3 decades, you know, it really went into overdrive from about 95 onwards, 1995. But it never used to be like this. Yeah, that's exactly how I would put it. Yeah, like a greenhouse, where the air is, you know, you're breathing, but you've got to breathe much harder to get enough oxygen. Yeah. But it's much worse here because, you know, because of all the rain. But it's great for growing plants, apparently. Now we'll get back with this. We probably even have a bit of room to hunt, but I doubt it. I think we took up most of our room. But grabbing some rocks and wood on the way wouldn't hurt. Yeah, that's where we're going, that red flag. Let's see what we are. Not really not much at all. Really not much at all. Well, that's nice. We had enough to get it done. Well, that's some food, guys. We can't say no.
Engaged.
Sorry about that, but, you know,
Engage.
guys gotta eat. For some reason, that was rotten meat. That shouldn't be. That's kind of weird, but let's get this out of the way.
Look for chests that contain valuable items.
You'll keep getting reminded
They are
about the
gifts
chests,
left to
even if
open.
you've took them. Not good.
Begin meditation.
But I've got everything here. Now, once we get this last load of junk back, we're free to look for the key for the cave, and we might concentrate on that. And we have to pick up the last gem. They're the last 2 achievements, except the one that's bugged, obviously. That I want to have to do a quick separate playthrough. That one I won't be streaming, it will be just a bare bones kind of cabin, and, you know, not making anything, just pretty quick getting in and trying to get the recipes. And even at that, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't pop. Well,
Spirit
there's been
restored.
complaints a few years back here on 3 certain achievements that wouldn't pop, and that was one. The other 2 are coming up, finding all the gems and entering the North Cave. So I wouldn't be surprised if those 2 are bugged as well. Now, we are going there. Let's get back to there as quick as we can. Oh yeah. Hey. Where did he go? Okay, you deserve to live after that. I don't really need the meat anyway. That's fine. Yeah, that turkey is a survivor. Oh, sugar. Yeah, this is a dead end. They did this on purpose. Yeah, okay. I knew I should have gone the other way. To get around by that. Here we have to go around by this. Brutal, isn't it? Here it is. And let's get back on track. There we go. Hello, Mr. Turkey. Ha!
Inventory full.
Okay, what have we got here in the inventory?
Engage.
Let me see. In here we can drop. Not really. 5. And feather. What kind of weight are we talking there? There.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
We'll get those some other time. Ah. Okay, another wrong turn. Especially at night. We gotta get out of here before exhaustion sets in. I'm pretty okay
Inventory
here
full.
with the snowsuit, but we don't want to push it. Inventory full. Yeah. There, we should be able to do it from here. They've made it like this just so it's going to take you a while to get around, unfortunately. Now, you'd imagine going that way would be the way, but that's where you'd be wrong. So we gotta go this way, around the side of the mountain. And of course a rattlesnake. Lovely. Yeah, but at least the suit will give us a little bit longer. There we go. Now we're on the right track. This guy doesn't sprint, I sprint for a second and it takes ages before he can sprint again. I wonder if we can drop some of that fruit we have on the tables and that. I might try that later. We're that desperate for decoration. Yeah, here we are. It's not bad. Now, blah blah blah, feathers, flowers, ore. Right. Now, first thing in the morning, we'll check the traps as well. But that's it. We can stay in the other biome now and get it cleaned up. What have I got here? Ore. Gems. Flowers. Feathers. Plant fiber. Venom gland and oyster shell. I haven't been using the oyster shell that much. Oh, wrong one. Venom gland. But that oyster shell here. So what have we got? Pouch, rotten meat, and gold. Yeah. There's this gold. Ah, sugar. Oh. Ah, come on. There. Why am I holding the coconuts in this guy? There. Oh, and the rotten meat is over here. There it is. Oh, you use that for baiting crab traps, but to be honest, the meat is better than the crab, so why would you bother letting meat spoil? Ah, sugar. I suppose we can... Where that? Yeah, okay, for the time being we'll put it in here. Where are you? Not enough room either in these containers. There's the house. Antiseptic. We have no need for that one yet. Okay. Where in goodness gracious name am I holding this? There they are. Coconuts. Now, the paths, obviously. Oh, sugar. Yeah, here. That will do for a while. I need to keep 3 to replace these ones that are cured. There we go.
The temperature is dropping.
Yes, we know that. Okay, almost done. Cured. I wonder is there any fish now? Because if there is, we can get them. Oh, hi, Alpha Buff. Pretty good. Sorry I missed your message. Just got into this packing away the stuff. Did the last of the building here from what they've given me. Kind of disappointing. Yeah, the heat is pretty bad, Terry. So, what have you been up to? I'm sorry, I hope you haven't been on that long. Just kind of got into this packing away the stuff. Trying to do it before I get too tired and the game kills me off. So, how was the weekend for you? Or the doggos? No, not really. Just in games, I do it a lot. But I'm a typical messy guy in real life. Basically, when I used to play Oblivion, I remember on my very first playthrough that kind of got me into this kind of system. There was tons of junk I used to come across, like wool and calipers and stuff that were basically rubbish. And I remember getting this quest and I wanted like 50 or 60 of them. And it kind of took me forever then. You know, it took me literally hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to find these. And then I kind of got into a system of storing things. But no, I'm organized enough. But, nah. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Just in games. For some reason. Strange as that may sound. No, there's no fish really. Okay, what have we got in inventory? That's it. We've got the food. Yep, that's the one. And we're okay for carbs. Get some water and we'll save, we'll check the nets and then we'll get out of here real quick. Now. Yeah, we're pretty good. I'll have to throw the food in here, I've really got no choice. Yeah, I wanted to actually check. You know, we don't have anything on the tables. I don't think we have time now. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. We better get some sleep. Yeah, I'll save it when we come out for a second. We'll see if we can decorate the tables a bit. Too much, yeah? Oh, it's the opposite here. I'm trying to keep cool. Yeah. I'm trying to keep cool. It's, what? It's almost 4 a.m. So what? It's probably 11 p.m. at night for you? Yeah. But it's way too warm here. Always is. Even on Christmas, you know. Maybe not the warmest outside. I don't even run the heating anymore. Puff a puff. Yeah. I can't remember the last time I ran any heating here. Because it's just too warm. Maybe it's just me, you know. In Skyrim and Fallout, I like to collect everything. Yeah, it's kind of got a habit for me now. I like it a little bit on the cold side, yeah. Not too cold, obviously, but, you know, a little bit. About 11-ish, yeah, at night, yeah. It's warm outside, yeah, just cooler inside. Yeah, it would be a little bit. here, and let's say, no, I can't remember the last time I turned the heating on. I've got my window open and I've got a fan on. And yeah, the temperature is okay in here, but it's just the humidity, you know, it's kind of hard to breathe. And it can be funny when it is cold outside with that kind of humidity. You'll be both too warm and too cold at the same time. Your extremities, obviously, will be a little colder, but your chest area, yeah, you know, very warm. I suppose. Well, my high blood pressure wouldn't kind of affect that. You know, if I had low blood pressure, maybe, you know, wouldn't be so bad. I do as well. But when I sleep, I can't fully, you know, kind of cover myself, or I can't sleep. You know, I've got to have my feet outside, you know, or else I can't sleep. Yeah, I feel like I'm being smothered. Too warm. And I always run a fan 24/7. It's been like that for the past over 20 years now. You know, because of the humidity. Fan is usually good enough, but you know, sometimes, especially during the summer, it just complicates things. Yeah, and once it rains as well, you start to get that humidity. Yeah, that's not working in here. Let me check this other one. There we go. But yeah, humidity will take a lot out of you. There we go. Now, got a few little things to do here, obviously. Before we head off, let's see our inventory. Arrows, food, cooked meat. Hang on to that little guy for a moment. Our carbs are kind of okay. 58. Right. Let's get our fish. And check our plants. Oh, sure, we'll have to water those as well. That's not a good sign. No fish there, we'll check the other one. Ah yeah, we got some here at least. Right. I made Sean put up a few enough nets. That's some good pickings. 6 of them. That's it. I think we'll bring those 6 fish with us. They'll stay fresh. And we'll store them at the other house. Food and water is impossible in the mountains, so I've got a lot stored there. The water thing, you've got to get ice, and we see it on the way down. And I've got a refrigerator to store it, so we'll get some water. So let's see. That's about it, guys. We'll just make sure this guy has some food and then we're off. Yeah, get some water and then we're good. Here. Let's get the last of the meditation done. We do another save. Yeah, I do. 24/7, Terry, with the fan.
Begin meditation.
Let me direct this one a little bit more towards me. There, that's a bit better. But my doggo's always always in front of that fan. Much harder for them, you know, obviously with that tick cauliflower. Yeah, doggos obviously can't sweat, so they'll
Spirit restored.
pant a lot to reduce their temperature, their body core temperature. No problem, and thanks for hanging out, Terry. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. But I find, especially on these humid nights, you know, if I sleep, what I do is I sleep and I'll always leave my feet outside the covers, and I'll always direct the fan on my feet. And it seems to be enough so I can get some decent sleep. But take care, Terry. Bye. But then with my high blood pressure I get a burning sensation on my right foot. Well, that's lack of blood flow, I'd say. And it kind of helps with that as well. Actually, I got that quite some time ago. I thought it might have been nerve damage from the work I did previously. And little did I know it was high blood pressure. That goes to show you too, doesn't it? Right. Oh yeah, we've got to water those plants before we go. I think you can drink from the canteen on PC, but on console, if it is, I can see it. And only 4 plants at a time. Now you know why I built close to one of these. Without this, I was in trouble. Well, this shouldn't take too long. By the time we get to the other biome and get to our accommodation, we'll be ready to sleep some more, and again then we can start to put this game out of its misery, or our misery I should say. Right, after this one we'll have that side done with, that we need to do the flowers. We'll save and we'll head off. Right, one more side. That coconuts up in that as well, was it? Yeah, I have a ton of coconuts. Not much else I could do. Ah, here's the rain. Ah, sugar, we don't have to water it now. We're good. Okay, that will save me a bit of work.
Engage.
It's a pity it didn't rain a little earlier. That's the #1 reason why I have these plants outside. Yeah, they're all watered now. Look at that. Gotta love the rain. Now, let's get ourselves sorted here. Yeah, okay. We definitely need the carbs now.
Spirit restored.
Oh, we're definitely good to go. That's it, we'll save, we'll get out of here, guys. We got some fish as well. Now, right, we're ready to finish the last biome. So just a tempo, the gem to pick up. We gotta find the key to the cave and then raid the cave. And then come back here, I think, and go through that, where we started off, that other biome. Oh, sugar. Okay, I won't take it. Why not? Okay, we're going back. We have to go back the other way. Not really worth a while stopping off at the other camp, to be honest. Oh, I will take you. I think it's along here.
Place navigation flags to avoid getting lost.
You're usually wasting your time running after those lizards. You're kidding me. Oh, I got him.
Engage.
Oh, not this time. Yeah, he didn't get away this time. Now. Well, we're pretty much here, so we might as well check it. Nah, it wasn't ready anyway. Get some water. Right. We're good to go. Now we want to be careful. We'll get to the first base camp. We'll save it. There's a lot of wolves between us and the cabin. So we make a beeline for the cabin straight away. What time is it? There's a turkey. I buy turkey.
Engage.
Now. There we go. We're here. Gotta save this straight away when we get to the other side. Yeah, I've just made a small cabin right outside the North Cave. Finding the key is going to be a hassle. But it did give us a hint, so I have a rough idea where it is. Now we don't need a stone, but we can collect this on the way down. Because we're going to the cabin and we can drop it off. Actually, we do need the stone, and I'll tell you why. We'll need to make arrows. On ice. Ice is a big thing. Ice is a big thing.
Engaged.
Yeah, it's the only way to get water here. Now everything is moved from there. So we're pretty...
A balanced diet prevents malnutrition.
You hear that? Did you hear that, wolf? Okay, that was close. That was way too close.
Engaged.
You don't actually get back to your house, you get back to wood. Which is not really much good. Oh, sugar. You're kidding me, you know that. Sick thing is, if you use a poison arrow, it takes exactly the same amount of arrows.
Engaged.
Okay, that's two of our friends out of the way. Let's store that junk there because we really don't need it. There, at least. Dead? Now, let's save again and get out of here. So we're really looking for ice on the way down. Okay, two of our friends are taken out anyway. Now, you see that blue flag there? That's basically where it is. That's where we're going. But we'll keep on the frozen lake here for a bit so we can collect this. We'll definitely need to make some arrows now.
Engaged.
How many feathers have we got anyway? 9. So we need 9 rock. Okay, 4 more.
Engaged.
Ah, okay. 3.
Engaged.
That's the end of the ice for a while, guys. 2, 1, 0. There. Okay, we're back in business. Okay, well, let's get here. We can collect those on the go if we need them. We're going nowhere without feathers anyway. I think we've got enough. Maybe except we see some ore or something like that. Yeah, I prefer to avoid him if I could. That's rubbish, that's just obsidian. There's our little cabin. We got everything we need here to stay alive. That's the cave. I've just got to find the key. And this is our little cabin, that's the smoker there. I don't know if we have time to do that one.
A balanced diet prevents malnutrition.
Yeah, we know that. Okay, so we're kind of okay. What have we got in food? Oh, the ice. To be honest, I could do with some smoked meat. How do we do this again? Oh yeah. It takes ages for this as well to smoke. But it stays fresh a lot longer than the other stuff. Suppose we're gonna do that there while we're doing something. Okay. Okay. Should be okay. Really need something else, but that's... Yeah, okay. We'll get something going there on that. Well, we won't need water in the morning, so that's a waste of time. Maybe I should have another one of those outside. We can dump it on the ground anyway. What time is it? Still way too early to 27%. It's way too early to save or to sleep, so... Right, that's a great note here. I wonder if I did a small run to see if I could find that key. I think I have a rough idea where it is. There's one section I didn't really go to. So I don't think it's actually as close as they say on that thing there. I think it's just around there. I thought I seen a cave or something up here the last time we were down. See if I can find my way back. Here, let's save just in case. So, with a bit of luck, we might have time to get there and get back. If we could find that key, get it out of the way. Will you see that there? Where's the other one? There. That's where the other temple is. I have it marked. And this will pretty much bring us in the right direction. Where that cave is. Well, it looked like a cave. I should have getting some water, but it's too late now. Oh, we always have a reload if things go sideways. But either way, we'll grab this junk here. It won't
Engage.
exactly be a waste of time. And we gotta stick to the river. Wow, frozen river apparently. Oh, it's gotta be around here somewhere. I'm not quite sure where we are, but... Here, let me see. No, I think we tried this before. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, this seems to be a new area. Kind of.
Building a base will protect you from predators.
Maybe we didn't go in deep enough in here.
Engage.
Finding this key is gonna be a pain, you know that?
Engage.
No, if it's anywhere, guys, it's down here. Probably to the right. That's the only place I haven't really checked out well. Where else could it be? Yeah, it's gotta be in this area. We don't really have time for this, but... okay. If we don't find it quick, we'll have to hit back. It's getting way too late. It's gotta be on the side somewhere. We've pretty much been up and down, this, left, right and centre, so it must be tucked away somewhere on the side. It's far actually from what they said. They said it was around the shore. If that's the case, they were misleading. Very, very misleading. I don't think we've been around here because of all the ore. I imagine I would have taken that earlier. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn back shortly. Ooh, what's this? What's this? Nah. This is the temple we found. Yeah, I got this one already. Almost sure I did. Yeah, that one is done. Yeah, we got that one already. Oh, look at this.
Engaged.
Oh, it doesn't okay, they're apparently there for decoration. Right, let's get back with the junk we have as quickly as we can. We need some water as well, big time. Yeah, we've been there already. So we'll head, we'll get that other one, and on the way back we'll stick to this far side or around those rocks looking for that stupid key. But it's not directly around the shore anyway, I can tell you that. That's the one we're going for there. It could even be around here. We're gonna run into a wolf now, you know that. No, we should be okay as long as we don't meet a wolf. So that's what we need. We need to start early in the morning, and we need to... You know, we could always load up. We don't find it and take another one. Instead of trampling the whole way back and waiting till morning again. But we're in the right area down there. That's the lake as far as I know, unless we gotta push down further. But we'll head for the... we'll head for the temple anyway. We'll get that out of the way. What stuff that's left to unlock is not worth talking about, to be honest. Let's see if we can get our achievement as well. Which I'm suspecting might be bugged. I see we need that stupid meditation thing as well.
Hypothermic state detected.
Ah, sugar. Now we're in trouble if we don't get back. And we're going the wrong way, of course we are. Now it's a race against time here. Gotta get in and light that fire, get some food, get some water. And this guy won't run. No. There, at least we made it back. Okay, that's something I suppose. Now let's check. Oh, the carbs are okay. Let's get some water. Well, we're okay for ice for a while anyway. Yeah, we're pretty good for ice. I think we'll stop collecting that ice now. So, carbs is okay as well. We definitely need food. Yeah, we'll just get rid of the 4 of those. That meditation thing is a pain. It's an absolute pain. Yeah, we'll bring some meat with us as well. We should be okay. Oh, the smoking thing. Yeah, come here, you. Forgot about that. It should have been on all the time. Carbs are good, so we're not too bad. Yeah, we're okay. We have plenty of food and junk here, and water seems to be okay. 25 water. Enough to do for about maybe 2 weeks.
The temperature here can quickly turn deadly.
There. Now we'll cook up 2 more for good measure. Yeah, because that's well, we'll cook 1 up anyway. Because once those guys get done, we'll be okay. It should last about 5-6 days, I'd say. It just said longer than the cooked meat. Cooked meat would last about 3, I think. Or 4. There. Where did I get the gemstones? Yeah, well, hold on, there's all. I'll have to take it when we're going back. 78. I wonder if we can wait it out. Oh, I'll give it a shot. What am I going to do for this stupid spirit thing? Well, we won't need it for what we're doing anyway. This lady never shuts up. There. We should be able to get enough heat off the smoker, I'd say. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, just to get this over and done with. There'll definitely be enough food for a while. And we might even need more water. We can't carry the stupid thing with us. We don't get the option to put it in the canteen. Let me try again. Maybe it's different with the ice. But I doubt it, to be honest. Now let's see. Yeah, smoked meat, we're good. Well, we'll see in the morning, won't we? Right, we're ready to go. Either way, we can't leave like this. We need full water. Now, let's see. Does the ice store in the canteen? I doubt it, to be honest. Well, we don't get the option. We don't get the option. Maybe we do. With the ice. We'll see. Oh, this would be pretty decent if we did. What I would do is, I actually wouldn't take it, get another one and fill the canteen. Then we're really good to go. Well, let's see. Well, I won't do it with the boiled water. I'm not sure if I even tried, to be honest. Let's see. Yeah, we can store it. Silly me.
Engaged.
So we drink that, and then we'll get another one, and we'll store that one. That's the water situation then. That's where I was going wrong. Maybe it only works with the ice.
Building a base here is key.
Nearly sure I tried it with the... Oh, I think we need to... Yeah. We need to hold the cup in our hand. I think that's where I was going wrong. It won't give you the option until you have the cup in your hand. Okay. We'll see anyway with this one if it will give us an option. Just kind of lame, but... You know, it's... How are you gonna... know? Because what are you going to be doing with a cup in your hand? You know, coming up to this. Kind of silly game, you need one long playthrough to even figure it out. Now, yeah, we'll see if it gives the option when we don't hold the cup. Yeah, okay, let's hold the cup up. Ah, sugar. Huh. Okay.
Engaged.
Now turn off this. I want to save it and see if we can actually drink from that cup. I think that's the problem. Maybe we couldn't drink because we didn't have clean water. Okay. Oh, I don't want to waste this water, but let's see. Okay, we have the cup up. Okay, maybe we do it from our menu. No, we cannot drink from that cup. Yeah, we can't drink from that cup. Okay, we go into inventory. It's not there. Food. Not there. No, we can't drink from the cup. We can fill it any way we want to, but we just can't drink from it. Here, let's put it away then. Time for chores. Canister. Used for watering your garden or boiling water. Yeah, can't drink from it. It's ridiculous. It really is. It's a stupid situation. No, we can't drink from it. Doesn't matter if we have to. I thought maybe with clean water. Let me see, I'll try all the buttons on this guy. But it doesn't even say anything about that. Stupid, stupid, stupid game.
Engaged.
Right, that was a waste of ice. Okay. Let's go. Might as well make do with what we have. And see if we can find one of those little meditation things on the way down. Right, daylight now, so we'll get to this lake and we'll look for this stupid key. But that's not the most frustrating thing in this game. We've got a canteen, we can't hold water in it. Well, we can, but we can't drink it. Yeah. Nice. Now, this way here apparently. Oh, that's where the crystal is anyway. We can get that, but I'm more interested in the key. That one is already found. Okay, we'll get to the large lake down here. Well, you see that one with the snow? So basically, where the door is, that's where our cabin is. So we're moving down along that frozen stream. So the large lake, you can see it at the bottom there. So it's somewhere around there. But if it's going to be on the shore, it's going to be on the side where the snow is. You see those two rocks and those three trees out there? It's going to be somewhere over that side. It's got to be. I've got that last temple up there. There's actually a small way through the rocks that you can't really see. Looking at this, you'd think you'd have to go around to the side, but straight up would do. So the map is rubbish. So the key has got to be on the banks to the right. We've pretty much done all of the stuff to the left. If that's the case, it's not directly on the shore, so they're exaggerating a little bit as well. Now, here's a large rock. Our best bet is to hit here, hit the side. I'll show you. Yeah, hit that side there and kind of work our way down. Just be on the lookout around these rocks here.
Is strictly prohibited.
Yeah, this is where we were before, wasn't it? Well, we have the time now anyway. God knows where this is. There's a large opening down here. We don't want to go out there. Oh, we should have using that. We really don't have time. Maybe down here. This looks promising. Here we go. Here, we'll use this guy. It's got to be around here.
Spirit too low.
Oh, it's the only place that's left that we didn't really, check that much.
Begin meditation.
Well, if it is, it's far from the shore, isn't it? Which makes me think maybe it's not here, it's probably up closer. Although it's hard to know how far that lake comes out. Maybe it extends down here, I'm not sure. And while you're doing this with a limited time in the day, with limited food and water, and you're trying to rush and find things, you've got to take the time to waste your food, water, and time to meditate as well. Now, you just need meditation, I'd say, to see things better or scrapping stuff. But the AI in this just doesn't shut up. It keeps telling you every 5 seconds that your spirit is low. Spirit is low. That's not exactly the quickest thing to do, is it? So tons of issues with this game. Poor design is one. Definitely poor level design. Which makes the game a chore instead of fun. Right, almost there. A key is the biggest problem I've already marked on the last temple. But they said on the shore, so I don't really trust that because we did try the shore already. So we're inspect that way, so we go around here. It's probably a waste of time, but it could be anywhere. It's the wrong way anyway. Okay, we'll head back towards the lake. It would never be down this far. But there's a tempo, isn't it? So that's a waste of time. And it's not like we've got a ton of time to do this, and then we gotta go all the way back. Oh, yeah, that's the other temple. Okay, let's head back. Maybe it's down here. This, I think, is in the right direction. Yeah, it is. Going towards the flag. Well, all we can do is scout the edges and then try the big rock formations. I would guess the large rock found. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think we were here before. It looks like we're here again. Okay, this is a pain in the backside. I'm off for the night. No problem. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one, Gazoo. Take care and stay safe. Bye. I don't think I'd recommend this game. Unless you're really, really, really into these kind of games. Oh. Maybe. But this is far from the shore, guys. Oh. Are we lucky?
Damaging trees is strictly prohibited.
Not a hope. Not a hope. Great. Anti-venom. No snakes here. It's gotta be a rock formation. This is definitely too far, but what can we do? Oh, this doesn't... What's this? Nah, it couldn't be here, could it? Nah. I think we were here before. Well, no, we weren't here before. This is new, there's some gold here. Okay, we might as well take it, why not?
Engage.
Yeah, it is gold, so we'll take it. Oh, we found 2 chests, but none of them are the right ones. But we are going to take this.
Engage.
Okay.
Engaged.
Oh, we get killed. It's going to be all for nothing. Not that that's kind of all that important. The key is the big one.
Engaged.
I suppose if I want to build here later. Hang on, what have we got here? Well, that's all we can do really. Check the sides and then go for the larger areas. What's the time like? Yeah, we're not too bad. Right, here's the lake again, guys. I think, is it? I'm gonna get back to the lake. Yeah, it's looking like we'll have to try the rock formations. I was expecting to find it, you know, pretty close to the shore, stuck in one of these somewhere. Okay, we'll take what we can anyway.
Engaged.
Find this stupid,
Engaged.
let's see if I can find some junk to make some more chests. Yeah, I gotta be around here, guys. That's the lake down there, isn't it? I'm not sure anymore. Well, we're seeing new places anyway. Right, we'll have to be heading back slowly in a minute and trying our way back. But this is far from the lake. No, I don't think it's down here. But then again, I don't know how far the lake extends down, you see. Maybe it's the other lake they're talking about. Here's another large lake, isn't it? Ah, okay, now I think we're getting there all right. Yeah, that's a lake down there. Well, here's the temple anyway, we might as well go for that one. Oh, when can I jump across this way? Okay, we'll grab the temple while we're here, so it's not a waste of a journey. I'll leave the flag here, because it's a good, kind of directional symbol. Now, let's see if the achievement pops. This will be fun. I'm guessing it won't. This is the last gem. This is the 9th gem.
Ruins discovered.
Now, let me have a quick look. Okay, let's grab that. I'd be very, 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 very surprised if I get the achievement for that. That should be an achievement.
Level increase.
Well, it's not popping, but that doesn't mean much. Sometimes
New
they don't
items
pop.
unlocked.
Ah, yeah, we don't really care now.
Eternal Valley statue unlocked.
Okay, just some kind of lame statue.
Engage.
I'll check and see if that achievement pops shortly. Hang on, maybe it's down here. Nah. Right, we got that. We better definitely be making our way back now. But I think it's around this lake, not far from here. We're getting low on water as well. I just get out here. Now, let me see if that achievement popped. Probably not. Oh, hi Mikey. Pretty good, and you? How have you been? What have you been up to? Yeah, we're just trying to put this game out of its misery and get it done, but we're searching for a stupid key. It said it was on the shores by the lake, but so far, you know, we've had no luck. Now let me quickly look. I bet that didn't pop, that achievement. We'll see. Yeah, it didn't pop. There's 3 achievements bugged in this thing, guys. Entering the North Cave will be the same. This is a horrible, horrible, horrible little game. This will be one of the only games that I can't get 100% on because of this. They really need to help, these guys. Oh, that's good. Congrats. So it's going to... Oh, that's good. That's good. So how's everything been with you? Yeah, all the achievements are bugged, guys. Definitely sorry for buying this game now. But with these games, let's say, where, you know, the achievements are bugged for everyone, there should be a warning on them, to be honest. But then, you know, nobody would buy it, so what good would that be for a corporation? Okay, let's get back. This is a disappointing game. Very, 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 very disappointing game. Yeah, so the notes I've been reading on it, 2 reviewers did this game, and exactly the same 3 achievements bugged out for them, exactly the same. Now I've got 2 of them that are bugged, and the next one would be whenever we do find the key and enter the North Cave, we won't get the achievement for that one either, so that will be just 50% is all I can do in this, because those 3 achievements were the last 50%. Cool. Very, very cool. Absolute slop. Yeah, absolute drivel.
Engaged.
Oh, that's not scrapping. We gotta get home as quickly as we can. We'll drop off this rubbish,
Engaged.
I suppose. And we'll see if we can make something to hold us as well.
Engaged.
But a very, 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 very disappointing game. Oh, sugar. There it is there. We're gonna get it here as soon quickly as we can. We won't go that way. Ha okay. 50% is apparently the going grade from many game companies now. Yeah, this is an indie game. It's the worst one I've ever played. This came out in 2020 on Steam, on PC. It won the Indie Game of the Year. There must have been much competition. It's kind of starting off. It's been on Xbox, I think since yeah. Oh, not all. These guys are pretty lax. It's been on Xbox for since 23, I think. Um, but little things in the game I've seen that could have been done a lot better. They were pretty slack on. Tiny little mistakes they didn't bother correcting. Um, Stuff like a water canteen I can't drink from. So it makes exploring really brutal. But I can water flowers, you know. The building, lots of pieces missing. It's not great at building. The exploration, food too hard to find in the beginning. Water poisoned, food poisoned. It's almost like a strategy game in the beginning. But now that I've played the game, they leaned very hard into that because there's not much to do. You basically go to 9 temples, you pick up the gems, and they're out in the open. And you go to 3 caves and loot 6 chests. Then the game is over. So, to make the game last, I suppose, they had to make you struggle a lot to survive, But I got over that kind of thing, and then I find all this as well. So it's not good for exploration. The level design is horrible. There's not much in the game. The building it's subpar. And if it wasn't for struggling for food, there's not much in the game. The only thing the game has going for it is its graphics, but I can only take it so far. Yeah, very, very small. And then, 3 achievements bugged. Have 50% of your game bugged. To be honest, if they paid me now to play this game because of the bugged achievements, I take that very, very seriously. You would think they'd get on that and fix that. But no, they didn't. And they pretty much abandoned it ages ago. But Microsoft have no qualms about selling it, Mm. Yeah. It did, apparently. It got the Game of the Year in 2020, but I'd say the competition aptitude was not that stiff. But, the devs that did it and the mistakes I've seen in the game, this game here, yeah, it's not great. And only the most hardcore survival gamers would play this. I would imagine before you even get off the first island, 9 out of 10 people will drop out. You're talking about a game now where only 360 people are following it, and some of the achievements in this, only 10 tracked gamers, got it. Well, that's probably because of bugs as well. But let's say, even to survive 30 days, I think less than 1/3 of the players, got that one. So this is the kind of game where people would quit. So that's the downside of indie games, It did. Unbelievable, isn't it? It got Indie Game of the Year for 2020. I was checking it out on Steam. But people were easy impressed in 2020. There wasn't much to compare. That was before Valheim and, which is a pretty good game, and Subnautica and that. But you think, the achievements, you know what I mean? There's a stupid one, let's say, where you've got to cook 16 recipes. Fair enough. You go to the cooking pot, there's 16 recipes on that, so you assume, well, cool, okay, get all of these recipes, I'll get the achievement. The last one was making water from ice, so you'd have to wait till you went to this biome. So I went to this biome and it didn't pop. So then I did a bit of research. Now, and this is the way it works, apparently, for this one. You got to do 16 recipes, but they count 19. That would be cooking oysters on a fire, cooking meat, and smoking meat. And apparently, if you do the 16 recipes without smoking the meat, you bug out the achievement. And I was gone too far for a reload on that one. A miracle would be, let's say, you know, if I came in and did a fast one when I'm not streaming, and maybe I got that achievement. I can't see how that achievement would start a chain reaction and maybe get the other two, but it doesn't explain, you know, collecting the 9 gems, no, which I just did, not getting the achievement for that, and apparently the third one is entering the cave. Now, I read 2 reviews from 2 reviewers who were kind of summing it up, and they were kind of chatting, and apparently both of them had 3 bugged achievements and exactly the same achievements. So I've got 2 for 3 now. I got the recipe thing bugged, which they had. I've got the 9 gems bugged, which they had. The next one is whenever I do find this stupid key, entering the cave. Yeah. But the game wouldn't have been bad, you know what I mean, if the achievements weren't bugged and, you know, maybe it wasn't so grindy to get food. Because it is graphically pleasing, you know. Definitely. You know, for the kind of game it is. You know, I was originally giving it 5 out of 10 only because of that. You know, I give it an extra 2 because of the graphics and for what it is, but because of the bugs, I've got to take off 2 now. So I would give this a 3 out of 10. And if you're someone who would like to get the achievement done like me, I'd give it a 0. Keep away from it. Like it had cooties. But not a great game. Disappointing, to be honest. Ah well. And you're always starving. You know what I mean? They're always forcing you to go out further and further. You can't bring any water.
Look for chests that contain valuable items. They are gifts left here for you.
I've even built a temporary accommodation here at the cave, you know. Yeah, this is it's the worst bugged achievement game I have ever played. I'm usually very, very careful. You know, usually I would, you know, read up on a game to make sure everything is okay. But it's hard to get at anything on this. You know what I mean? There's not much on this game. It's like it never existed. It's like the guys who did it just disappeared. But I did track them down. Their headquarters, it's actually in Florida, I think. Now that doesn't mean that they're American. You know, maybe they just have their headquarters here. But their name is Head West. And I think this is the only game they've ever done. And I can see why. But I really think games like this, let's say, that are not finished properly, that have bugged achievements, and I mean bugged achievements for everyone, which this has, I think there should be a warning sticker on them. Because you're absolutely not getting what you're paying for, you know. But Microsoft don't mind that. Yeah, I usually do. But, you know, I've never had a problem with indie games before. And the achievements seem to be a simple thing, you know. Usually the worst case scenario is the game boring, you know, or too grindy. So this is the little cabin I made here. But very, 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 very disappointing. Now that was supposed to be the last one. There's only 16 of these. That's totally bugged. Now they're saying it's bugged because, you know, you didn't do the smoking the meat thing, you know, which is kind of silly. But it doesn't explain getting the gems, or it doesn't explain entering the cave. But only managing to do 50% of the achievements when you went out of your way to do everything right. And, you know, the game was a chore. I wouldn't call it fun. Absolutely a chore. But no, I would not recommend this. Let's see if we can make any more of these guys. We could do with a little bit more room, I suppose. Okay, 5, 12. Oh, let me see, 12, 5, 4. Let's see if we got them in here. Oh, I have to go looking for rocks, I'd say. Oh, we need 12 of these. So we need 4 more rocks. Should be able to get those easy enough. Now, food. There. Right, let's save it here and we'll see if we can find some more rocks. Just to make a little bit more storage. Hopefully they won't bother with anything else if they ever patch. Nah, it's been out 5 years, Mike. They've abandoned it. When it was released on Steam, obviously there would have been a little bit of hype. People would have been buying it. And this is the downside of indie games. They usually start off with something simple, and then they'll keep kind of upgrading. And like what No Man's Sky did, you know, or Valheim. You start off in the beginning and then they do an update with some more stuff and some more stuff to build and more biomes, and as they keep getting more money they'll start doing the stuff like that and making it a good game. The problem with this game is there's some core problems with this game. They leaned too hard into making the food too hard to find and too grindy and too vague. So I guess that, you know, 90% of the players would drop out, you know, before they're even 1/3 through the game. And then, you know, people would stop playing it, people would stop buying it, less money would go in, and then they'd probably just do enough to kind of finish the game so they won't get sued, you know what I mean, and then totally abandon it. And that's what they did here. You know what I mean? That's what they definitely did here. It's the kind of game I would love to erase it now from my files, but I can't. That's what I loved about the older Xbox 360. You could delete a game from your files and the achievements, you know. I would prefer to do it with this, if I could, you know, as a kind of lesson learned kind of thing. But, yeah, it looked good. But even if I did research on this, guys, there's nothing out there. You would have to try very, very, very hard to find it. So if I just brought up the game, you know, it would just say the game. It would say nothing about bugs or anything like that, you know. But yeah, it's bad form, you know. It's definitely bad form. Like Xbox, you know, as far as I know, the first ones. I used to play games without achievements before, but it's nice to have a little something extra to do, a kind of goal. But, you know, if they're going to allow games like this, you know, why even bother with achievements in the first place? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But, the so-called AAA companies, you know, they're absolutely overpriced, and, you know, the slop, it's pretty much slop. You know, there was a statement not too long ago from one of the Sony executives. He was Caucasian. Not that that makes a difference, but, you know, he was talking about they should be raising the prices for games every generation, so about every maybe 15 years, you know, upping the price big time. And he said his reason for this was absolutely unbelievable. You know, I'll tell you how detached from reality these people in the gaming world are. He said back in the old days, he said, during the PlayStation 2 days, he would look out into the car park and see tons of sports cars, Lamborghinis and Ferraris. These days, there's just not so many, So apparently, the car park hasn't got as many Lamborghinis or high-end sports cars as it should. So that's a good reason for raising the prices, of games. So these people can have more Lamborghinis. That's what he said. Yeah. Then you'll see, that Oblivion is a great game. It's janky and it's got major problems, but it's a game that's very, very old. They did a so-called remaster of that, got another company to do it, as usual. They just did the graphics on the Unreal 5 engine, so it's now what I would call a pig in a bag. Basically, it's the same thing underneath, with a nice little bit of paint and touch-up. Much like if you had a really unreliable car, really ugly, unreliable car, and somebody gave it a makeover, make it look like it's something it isn't, but you still have the same problems. That's what they've done. Nothing that a couple of talented modders can do. And they'll charge you here €65 for the pleasure of playing a game that you've bought 3 times, that's bugged beyond all belief, and now probably have some new ones, just for some graphics that you could get with mods. And that's the reality of AAA gaming. Oh, no, he's just out. You see, these people probably work there all day, just go home at night and don't meet anyone normal. And, they have a kind of echo chamber there of what they want, and then other devs talking to them. And they confuse that with reality. You've seen this in other places as well. Well, the most famous example of that would have been the royal court in France, during the 17th century, 1700s, and the 18th century, which led up to the French Revolution. The people were starving in France, people were dying, and during the autopsies, their stomachs were full of soil and tree bark. They were so hungry they were eating dirt. And at the same time, the French palace was holding, lavish parties and stuff like that, while the whole country was starving. So somebody told Marie Antoinette, oh, everyone is starving, they've got no bread. And then she just said, if they've got no bread, then let them eat cake. Which comes that saying, She couldn't fathom, let them eat cake. She couldn't fathom that people would have no food, because she was stuck in a bubble there. She lost her head for it, to be honest. But you've got that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Politicians are much like that, They live in their own little bubble, and basically we are like, I won't even say second or third class citizens. We're like things to be used, And when you get a ton of money from doing something like that, some people would go to their head, Makes them a little bit delusional. But we see it across other industries. Now, you've got that to deal with in the gaming world. You've got the slot games. Then if anyone complains, you're told that, what do you know about making games? Just shut up and give us your money. We're devs and we're special. Or we're producers, or whatever the case may be. Probably most devs are okay, but they can't speak out or lose their job. You're seeing, when a company has record profits, they seem to be letting staff go. This is all for kind of stock things. Obviously, they're there to make money, so this is why they're cutting corners in games. They can't write a quest line to save their lives. And now, on top of that, over the last 20 years, they've been hiring people, let's say, that are taking jobs at these companies in bad faith. When you have a job, you keep your head down, you do your work, you go home, you know. But what they're doing is they're using their position to preach their ideology or to spread hatred and stuff like that. And even recent events will show you how bad things are. Celebrating people's deaths and stuff like that. You should never ever celebrate the death of another human being, regardless of what you think of their ideology or their politics. There's nothing got to do with it, There probably are, yeah, either intentionally or just through delusion. Oh, I remember those guys, yeah, the monster raping loony part. But yeah, Labour doesn't seem to be working out in the UK, do they? I'm surprised that they're doubling down on the policies they have, Mike. Surely they know that when the next election comes up, they're doomed. But not only are they doomed for the next election, but they'll probably be out for a full generation. They'll probably never get back in for the next 5, maybe even 6 elections. You're talking maybe 20, 25 years before they have any kind of majority again. But I've seen some upsetting things, and it's not the UK I remember, to be honest. It's definitely not the UK I remember. People for posting stuff on Facebook that might be a little bit offensive to some people, I suppose, but I definitely wouldn't call it hate speech. Getting a knock at their door and been threatened with arrest and stuff like that. I don't think they care. No, they don't. They're kind of delusional. There was one lady in particular. I think she was an American citizen, and she was living in somewhere in the UK. I was watching it, and she posted something on Facebook. It didn't go into the details, but cop came around, oh yeah, the stuff you have on Facebook, we want you to make an apology or we'll bring you in for questioning. Now that's not how the law works, especially in the UK, Mike. If you've committed a crime, you go in for questioning. There's no, if you don't do this, you either have or have not committed a crime. But she said quite rightly, there's no way, she said, I'm making an apology and I'm getting a solicitor. So he definitely phrased it that if she didn't take back what she said, this is very, very petty, because somebody was offended and apologise, that kind of thing. So that's misuse of power. But anyway, I think she got some legal team on and they dropped the charges. I hope she sues, to be honest. I've seen some disheartening things, and some old scandals coming back as well from the Met, But yeah, things are changing all right. I thought things were bad under Boris when he threatened to privatise the NHS. Of course, that went down like a lead balloon, thank goodness for that one. Okay, we need some rocks, don't we? Let's save here. Okay, we'll save down here. We just need 4 of them so we can get some extra storage before it gets too late. But I'm kind of disgusted with this game, to be honest.
Engage.
But it looks like those 2 reviewers are right. There is 3 achievements in this game. The 3 last ones that are permanently bugged. Shouldn't have bothered putting achievements in at all. Okay, 2 more rocks. Don't wanna go out too far and get eaten by wolves. Ah, come on. I think there'd be plenty of rocks in a forest or in a mountain, wouldn't you? There we go. One more. One more. Please. Cool. Okay. Yeah. I've seen another one as well. There was a young lady. She couldn't have been any more than 15 in school uniform. Now, apparently in the UK, you could tell me this, McDonald's has a policy where they won't serve kids after 4 or 5 p.m. Now, personally myself, yeah, okay, maybe they do loiter a bit after school. But they could have a policy where they could give them a takeaway, surely, you know. But, yeah, she went in after school time. She wanted to get a Big Mac or something. And they refused. Now, she might have been a little bit spoiled, you know. So, whatever happened, she refused to leave until she got her burger. Now, a sensible person would say, okay, here's your burger, now leave. That would have been a sensible thing. But they called the cops. Now, when the cops came, if they were sensible, they could have saying, just give her the burger and let her go. You know? Would have saved a lot. But they dragged her out in front of the camera screaming. You know? Or they could have saying to her, come on, we don't want to have to call your parents. You know, like she wasn't a hardened criminal or something. But they were very, very heavy-handed. You know? Extremely heavy-handed. You know, police are not there just to enforce, you know, they're supposed to be part of the community, you know, have something like that, you know, not this kind of, you know, do what we say or we drag you away in the back of a truck, you know, kind of thing. Now, I'm surprised that McDonald's didn't get boycotted because of that. Now, of course, that would have nothing got to do with McDonald's headquarters because McDonald's is a franchise. So they would have given that franchise to some guy, and that guy would have put that policy in. But that, not when I say to boycott McDonald's, I don't mean in general the whole thing. Just that one that committed the offence. It's a franchise. Yeah. They're there to protect and to serve the community. And almost in a, well, I won't say a social worker way, but have some common sense. You know, try and find ways to resolve problems and not escalate them. You know, isn't that what they're there for? But now they're more like, well, I won't say military. Military has a different. They're more like bodyguards or security guards or something like that, where they just have this strict thing and, you know, that's it. You know, we don't want anything got to do with the public. We're told to do something, we'll do it. You know, but they seem to enjoy it. You know, like that poor girl must have been terrified. Okay, yeah, she was a bit spoiled, and you know, maybe she's just a kid. Come on, you know, just give her a burger and leave her off. It's only a burger. But personally, if they did that to my kid, okay, yeah, I'd have some words with my kid. You know, when they're asked to leave, they should have. But the way that that particular restaurant approached it, and especially the place, I would have been outside with a picket sign. You know. But I kind of knew things were going downhill. You know, even a good few years before that. It seems to be that way. I can't comment much. It's been, you know, since I lived in the UK. It was the late 80s, and times were a lot different then. You know, the actual police in the UK were pretty okay. You know, I remember in one occasion, my buddies, they were all drinking and they were far, far, far too drunk to drive home. There was no taxis and there was no such thing as Ubers that time. And they all wanted to walk, and it would have been about half a mile. And the chances of one of them straying out under traffic was immense. So I had to bring them all home. The problem was my automobile at the time was a bit small, so it was very, very crowded. You had a ton of people in the back, and I think we even thrown some guys into the boot. And there was two people in the passenger seat, which is highly illegal. But it was the lesser of two evils. I shouldn't have doing it, but if one of them had been killed, I would have never forgiven myself. But as I was driving anyway, I was a little bit unsteady. Nothing dangerous, I was going pretty slow. And the cops noticed this, so they pulled me over. And I explained the situation. And they said, "Well, you're drinking?" No, I said, "I'm unfortunately a designated driver," and told him the situation. There was too many of them, no taxis, and they would have been killed. And he understood. Yeah, he said, "Okay, I understand." He said, "Lesser of two evils." So he said, just be careful. He said, "Where are you going?" I told him where I was going. It wasn't far. I said I was driving slow. Yeah, he said, "It's okay." He said, in future, he said, make sure, he said, to try and have something organised. I said, "I will. Thank you very much." And that was it. So, being a policeman, you don't have to stick to the letter of the law. There's a thing called justice as well. Like the lady with the scales. There's circumstances, let's say, where, well, I won't say look the other way, but you can understand, if someone commits a small infraction to save a tragedy, that could be overlooked. As long as, no one is hurt or you're not making a habit of it, that kind of stuff. So there was that kind of sensibility, and that kind of community, if you know what I mean. Yeah, yeah. But he understood the position it was in. He had empathy. He was probably said to himself, what would I do in that situation? And, what was the worst? This small infraction, or maybe, massive accident or pile up and, loss of life and, that, yeah, you had guys like that. Now, apparently these guys are not there anymore, because I don't know whether they cut their wages or whatever, but they just went elsewhere. So now they're hiring people, let's say, that might be joining for the wrong reasons. If you've got an organisation that wields that kind of power, you're going to get people, let's say, that would like that kind of power to make them feel nice about themselves. Usually, if you've got the pick of the crop, you know what I mean, you're only going to take the best people in. But, if you're kind of stuck for people, you know. But the guys I see have a serious ego problem, Especially if you tell them you work for them, or they work for you, which technically they do. They get paid with the taxpayers' money, and as a taxpayer, you're their boss. I know it doesn't translate into literally to being their boss, but they don't like to hear that. Oh, hi, Kelly. How are you? I hope you've been well. But yeah, things have changed since I've been there last, Mike. If half of the stuff, or even quarter of the stuff I've been seeing on social media. But one of them, that story about that lady, let's say, who posted on Facebook, and they threatened her with an interrogation if she didn't apologise, which is absolutely, against her rights. That was done by a guy on YouTube. He's actually a barrister in law. And if you ever want to check out his channel, I think he's called a Black Belt Barrister. Yeah. So he doesn't deal in speculation, and he really knows the law, So, yeah, he's pretty interesting. He's not just some random guy giving his opinion, he's a professional. Climate change and how it has affected Ireland's weather. Well, I can tell you from experience, I don't know if it's climate change or just a natural thing with the earth, but, I'm quite old, so I've been around in the 70s, and the weather was much different. We had cold winters, we had warm summers, we had seasons. But ever since around the late 80s, the worst winter I remember was 84. We never really had much of a winter after that. and then the summer would have been 89, and then that was it. Now we have a kind of perpetual kind of autumn or spring, kind of stuck on that with tons of humidity. I haven't seen a snowfall since 84, Calais, and I haven't seen a real summer since 89. But the weather has definitely changed. Now, whether it's global warming, climate change, a natural thing, maybe a combination of both, who knows? You know, but it's definitely changed. Now, most people here wouldn't realize that, to be quite young, that always known this weather to be as it is. But if you've been around long enough, you know, you'll definitely notice the difference. Mm. Oh, you've watched him? Yeah, he's quite good. Yeah. Oh, you're always free to ask whatever you want. But yeah, but whether it's climate change, I'm not sure, to be honest. But there is a weather change. The reason for it is, it's still speculative. You know. But if you were to ask me, the truth is always somewhere in the middle. It's probably a combination of that and a natural change as well, maybe quickening it up a bit. Well, if we're talking about pollution, even if it doesn't affect the climate, it's not good for your heart. It's causing a lot of respiratory diseases and stuff as well, and nobody wants to be, breathing in contaminated air. I don't know. It depends. Let's see. Let's say at my peak, I would have been about 6 feet tall, kinda. But now I'm older, so I've started to shrink. And you will shrink as you get older because your joints, yeah, the fluid kind of decreases. It's a little bit like letting the air out of the tires of a car. Yeah. But I would say I'm about maybe 5'10", 5'10 and a half, 5'11 maybe tops. So you can, I think, shrink a couple of inches, no problem, as you get older. One of my brothers, he's about 5'9". He would be considered smallish. Now, sometimes when you get into the air quality here is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. And the water is pretty good. We take that pretty seriously. There's lots of laws and things, in effect. But I'm saying the entire world in general. But most people are, yeah. I know the average height, I would say, would be about 5'10". Now, you'll go to some places in the inner city, and you'll see this everywhere, where, you get certain areas where maybe they might be economically deprived, so they wouldn't move out much or whatever. And there you'll get a lot of marriages and stuff where, they're not exactly related, but the gene pool is not that big. Then you'll see the height, starting to decrease to about maybe 5'7" or 5'6", So usually that's a sign of that. I'm talking about spots maybe like places like in certain parts of Dublin, and definitely in Limerick, Well, not exactly inbreeding. They wouldn't be related, but let's say not the kind of diversity in the genes that they need. Not wide enough for that. Inbreeding would be like your cousins and that kind of stuff. But yeah, some people do it, of course. I wouldn't recommend it. It can cause a lot of problems, genetically. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, but it does happen. Inbreeding would be not even your cousin. It would be something closer. I think it's gross. You know. Mm. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, well, that's what's probably happening in certain deprived areas. But it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. But it's usually most common in places where people always stay in one place. When people travel or work to travel, whatever the case may be, they'll usually meet someone from either the other side of the country or even another country in itself. You know. But here there's obviously a lot of Celt DNA, Norman DNA, of course, and Viking DNA. Yeah, pretty much like the UK and Scotland, except maybe more Celt DNA here. I think in Wales and England more Pict, isn't it? Although Pict would have been a break-off tribe as well, I suppose. That kind of stuff. But no, I've never really thought about it, to be honest. But I'm guessing about 5'9", 5'10" would be an average height. This weekend, yeah? Think I would have learned after the first two. Yeah. But yeah. No. But yeah, there is probably some. Well, you know, it's always been a thing. Let's say, especially with more affluent families. Especially if you go into aristocracy and such, where they would marry off. Let's say, somebody of some title with somebody of the same standing. The problem is there, let's say, the gene pool would be pretty close on that one. So you'll get stuff like, big ears and stuff like that. Now, again, maybe not literally inbreeding. You can pick up some good factors as well, let's say, from marrying that close. But mostly you'll pick up the bad traits, unfortunately. You can pick up tallness, attractive looks and that, but it is fraught with medical complications, tons of them, like cerebral palsy, and some other really terrible things. The odds really shoot up that the kids you'll have will have something, nasty. Not guaranteed, of course, but you're definitely shooting the odds up. Get in strong, yeah. Now let me get something to drink and we'll see what we can do about this. Yeah, you could. But this has always been that way, Mike. I think it was. Oh, where was he from? A Belgian monarch had something like 12 daughters or something. And this was back in the 1800s. And he pretty much married them off to every country. So that kind of seeded the whole thing, That kind of seeded them. Yeah. But the Egyptians were big into that. But it's partly, I suppose, a kind of it's definitely snobbery. A kind of contempt for someone that doesn't have your title or your bloodline. But if you look back at it, like all monarchs, let's say, where it's all hereditary title, and let's say the guy who got there first would have basically invaded a country and took it over by force. So, if you look at it like that, it's like a kind of a mafia thing, isn't it? He'd hand it down. But no, I have nothing against aristocracy. It's not like it was before. They're just figureheads now, and they do states visits and stuff like that, and they can do a lot of good. I see no harm in aristocracy. Of course, a couple of 100 years ago, there were a major problem because you had them running everything. So basically, a country's fate was in the whim, of its king. Yeah, some horrible times indeed. But now they're just, figureheads. We've got governments now and stuff like that. Although government is not a perfect thing either, as we can see, around Europe, let's say. But, that's just the way it is. the best system we have so far. Now, what are we doing? Oh, we're making that chest, aren't we? Of course we are. Oh, I'm really sick with this game. Oh, sugar. Okay, I'll bring back some of those later. We needed those silly things. You can't get them here in this biome. Or at least they're very rare. Oh, hang on. Have we got them here? No, I took them with me.
Building a
Of course
base
I
will
did.
protect you from predators.
Okay. Okay, we go look for that key again. So we need 8 fiber or something. I think it's going to be hard storing this. Well, we'll give it a try. Okay, not too bad. I can't believe we got rid of them all. Right, let's leave till morning. Then we'll get something done. Yeah, they are kind of expensive, alright. And to be honest, I think they could be doing more good, you know. You rarely see anyone with that title now, let's say, you know, do a lot of charity work on that, you know. And they're in a good position to do so. Now, okay, we need water. Well, we don't really need water, but we need food. Okay, hang on. Let's see what the carbs are like. Okay, carbs are brutal. So we'll have to do some carbs before we head out. And it's got all of this silliness as well, right on top of a bug game. Oh, the devs who created this game, they're due a lot of karma. Charles. He's been pretty controversial. He's made some strange comments over the decades. But Charles, as far as I know, he was from Greek aristocracy, wasn't he, Mike? Oh no, I'm talking about Philip. Sorry, I'm talking about his dad, Philip. Yeah, Philip was from Greek aristocracy. Elizabeth. Victoria was, I think one of her parents was German, wasn't it? Yeah. I forget my history. But as we're talking about, let's say, you know, marrying a little bit too close, and this is a strange one as well, and I suppose it directly, how could I put this? It directly added to the problems, let's say, in the colonies in the late 1700s in the US, and that would have been King George. But you know, let's say historians have managed to dig up a lot of stuff on this. Well, basically, he wasn't, you know, especially near the end, he wasn't playing with all his marbles. I reckon it might have been some kind of brain disease, you know, because of that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, Philip was from the Greek aristocracy, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Charles. So basically he was king in name, so he had his governors and all of those, and you know, they were doing their thing and basically running the stuff from day to day. So they might have, and probably did, take advantage of their position, you know, raising taxes and treating everyone pretty brutally. That resulted in A lot of stuff, to be honest, kicked off with the Boston Tea Party. Yeah. But that was, that time, let's say, there was a lot happening. You had the French Revolution as well. You had quite a few. And I've noticed when something like that starts in a country, it tends to spread pretty quickly. But who knows if George was of sound mind and he was running the show himself, the events that caused the revolution might not have happened. It's hard to know. Prince Philip might win a crown for being one of the most racist people. He did say some pretty controversial things. I remember one in particular where someone was showing him this greenhouse or something. And I'm paraphrasing this a bit, but he looked at something and it seemed to be shoddily made. And he said something like, well, it looks like an Indian made it or something. Yeah, that received a lot of backlash. There was another cousin of his as well, and she was at a function. And there was a coloured lady there. She was British, her heritage might have been from somewhere else, but she was born in the UK. So she was pretty old. So she asked the young lady, the coloured lady, where she was from. And she told her where she was from in London. And then she said, no, where are you from? And she said, I'm from London. No, she said, where are you originally from? Ooh, that was cringe. That was pretty cringe. Assuming because of someone's colour they weren't from there. But even though it came across that way, I don't think she realised what she was saying. As I said, most of these people are kind of, in a bubble. 237 lined the crown and you married the queen. That's gotta sting. But I'm surprised that Charles took the crown. I thought that would have maybe passed over to William. He was young and, well, maybe he wants to be there for a while, I suppose. But I do remember, and I thought it was ridiculous, the tabloids in the UK had a field day. The likes of, the Sun, the Mirror and the Star. I've always despised those tabloids. I love sensationalism and misrepresenting stuff. Just, for a headline. Good news never sells. But scandals and stuff do. Even if they're exaggerated. But they made a field day of Harry's marriage. I thought it was pretty unfair. Oh, hi Phoenix. And how have you been? And what have you been up to? But I've always been skeptical of newspapers, that media form in particular. I remember our local paper here. It's been here for the last, well over a century. But there was a local thing that happened in town. And when it happened, I was actually there as a bystander watching it. And then I read it on the paper later and it was nothing like it was. They picked one character and made him a villain. And they picked another character and made him the kind of, the humble victim. I thought it was horrible. Absolutely horrible. I couldn't even put it as a misunderstanding. Or, let's say, at the very least, the best benefit of the doubt I can give them that they took as truth the story of someone who was untruthful, which is not the way the media should go, printing rumours and hearsay. But if I ever had a doubt in media before, that really cleared it up. I'm doing okay. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, we're here playing probably the worst indie game I've ever played. A very, very, very disappointing game, with 50% of the achievements bugged. It's the kind of game, if I could, I would remove it from my library. But, ever since the 360, when you're stuck with a lemon of a game like this, you're stuck with it. Before, you could remove the records of it from your Xbox and from cloud. Not anymore. Yeah. Or at the very least, a lie by omission. Remember, these companies are owned by powerful individuals, so it's hard to know. So you've got to take in a little bit of information, and you've got to use critical thinking and common sense. Which is a pity. But you have to believe what you see with your eyes. Everyone's belief, obviously, will be different depending on their experience. But yeah, you must be very careful what you believe. Oh, it's too early to sleep, is it? Okay. Oh, it's 9 in the morning. Oh, okay. Right, let's get some water and we'll head out. Okay, we'll do another one for that stupid key. And this time we can reload if we don't find it. But I 100% think this achievement will be bugged as well. In a way, I suppose, but it's very, very easy to get caught up in a kind of an echo chamber as well. Phoenix. Let's say if you're not too involved in something, and maybe there's a regular website or your friends at work or whatever, and they have certain beliefs, and you'd have, and you'd be telling them, and you'd be getting more back, and it puts you deeper down that kind of road. Especially social media, because if you click on one thing, it will keep showing you that stuff to try and get you engaged as much as possible. But usually in most things the truth is somewhere in between. I know it's easy to say these things, but it's very, very easy to get caught up in that. But I'll tell you what social media does do, and especially hotbed kind of topic things, it does really draw out the crazies. You want to be very, very careful there. And there's some very, very, very unstable people. It's like social media to people. Let's say that. How could I put this? Need some kind of mental health treatment. It's like nectar to bees. They're really drawn to it. Before social media and that, these people, I suppose, would have been a little more isolated, but now they can reach out to other people in the same unfortunate boat, and they can reinforce each other's beliefs and ideas, which they're entitled to, obviously. I'm not saying that, but if you believe stuff like let's say we're living in a simulation, or lizard people are controlling us, or there's people going around, celebrities, and they're vampires drinking blood and stuff. Maybe that's not normal. It is. Uh, but we were always divided. Um, it was always that divided. It's just now we can see, we only knew what was divided in our own little space, but now we can see everyone's else's space as well. You know, it's just like an ant having a limited view from where he is, and then the whole world gets shown to him. It's pretty much the same. It was always there. It's just now, everyone knows. All social media is pretty much the same. Mm. Well, a lot of websites, let's say, would be kind of lax, I suppose, on how people act. And when you do that, the people who like to act that way obviously will kind of line up to be on that, which again makes the problem worse. You know what I mean? Which I could say the same about, certain organizations that would protect their members from criminal prosecution for doing bad things. So that tends to attract people who like to do that. No, they'll be protected there, which again makes the problem worse. Same with social media, I suppose. All part of the matrix, it is. The secret is to wear a nice top coat and some cool shades. Then you're good to go. Well, there's always been division. Yeah, yeah. But I still believe, Mike, that the really toxic stuff we're seeing is a minority. Well, it has to be. Because, if it wasn't, we'd be living in something like Fallout. The whole world would be absolutely on its head. It's just I've always found the toxic few make the most noise. It's like, if you have 20 people sitting in a room quietly, you wouldn't even know they're there. You have two people screaming their heads off in another room, and it seems like 100 are in there. I think that's the way it is on that one, But they definitely have the loudest voices, and what pains me is it's making the situation worse. So if you're left or right or this party or that party or you're for this or against that, if you get one of these toxic people from one side that do something nasty, well then everyone on that side is nasty. And then you get someone who does something nasty on the other side, and then, everyone on that side. People should realise that no matter what side you're on, no matter what your beliefs are, your religion, whatever the case may be, there's going to be crazies everywhere, and they'll do horrible things. But it's like if someone from a certain country, did you some hurt, some harm, so then you're saying, well, everyone from that country is like that. What we need to accept is there's some people out there that absolutely need help. And I think the majority of people are sensible. But as I said, the majority of people would not be attracted to platforms that would do that, and they wouldn't say that. So, you're not heard, you're not seen. That's my opinion on that. Sensible people would be the silent majority. But it is a sad state of affairs. Now, you could look into why people are doing this. Well, there's one. They're not playing with all their marbles. Well, that would be quite a few, actually. Then you get people who profit from this. They'll do it for money. And then, of course, you'll get people that like attention. They'd probably be the biggest culprits, Now, even if it's bad attention, it's attention nonetheless. Just social media is getting louder, and there are some pretty outlandish people online who hide behind personas. We all kind of do to a certain extent, but I think I know what you mean. But I think most people would realise that, that they're playing a part, I suppose. Especially if there's any kind of financial gain, I suppose. Well, everyone, any normal person, let's say, in the company, social company of especially strangers would be, I would imagine, on their best behaviour. But it doesn't seem to be that way, does it? That seems to be gone out the window. I am stealing all the marbles. Yeah, but I don't know. I just can't make sense of it. And I suppose, any reasonable person couldn't either. We tend just to keep out of stuff like that. But it will blow over, guys. It will just take time, It will blow over. But there's one thing I will say. No matter what your belief is, no matter what someone's other belief is, no matter what your political stance, no matter what your religion, where you come from, under no circumstances does it justify any kind of violence in any form. Healthy debate is the way to go, and we'll never get that. There's a lot of things, let's say, on the right I kind of agree with, and there's a lot of things on the left I kind of agree with. Obviously, as a person grows older or they experience more, our opinions change from time to time. Well, that's normal, because if you didn't change, you're going to be pretty intolerant. If you think about how you view the world, maybe at 16 or 18, and then add another 20 years to that when you've seen more of it. Obviously, your opinions and views change, and that's growing up, getting older, and hopefully getting wiser. Now, your views and opinions might not necessarily be right. It's not about that. It's about you changing as a person. Again, yeah, but it's really, really down to our own experiences. Just be nice, be respectful, and try and treat people as you would wish to be treated. If everyone did that, it'd be pretty decent. It'd be pretty good. But people like attention, and some people are just angry at their lot in life, I suppose, and how that goes. Some people lash out. Some people just take pleasure in other people's misery. This is a very, 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 very primal thing, I suppose, we have. Most of us can suppress it, but it's there in everyone. It depends really on how you respect yourself,
Damaging trees is strictly prohibited.
So, we cook up this water and then we're good to go. Yeah. Oh, I'm pretty disappointed with this game. Ah, well. Okay, we're good to go, guys, and it's 10 AM. Right in the middle of a snowstorm. Right, let's give this key another shot. It's gotta be here. We'll do a rundown. We'll see if we can find it. If not, we can reload, because coming back and doing this all the time is gonna be a pain. Oh, the door. Hey. Oscar Honduras, Dune Honduras. There we go. Yeah, we've got a door. Now, let's see if we can find this stupid key. It's got to be down at the lake, guys. Oh, we'll try again. Okay, this time we'll go to the left, probably. I might have been able to tolerate this game if it wasn't for the bugged achievements. But, yeah. Sad. Did they code the door to have any effect, or just animation? Nah, just normal, really. Yeah. I never really noticed, to be honest. They're always trying to survive in this, yeah, really having time to really look at it properly. So I think that's what killed this game. There's not much in it. The graphics are okay, but that's the only thing it's got going for it. It's too frustrating, and it's got bugged achievements. And this must have died a horrible death on Steam. It's a pity they didn't vary it, that I put it up for sale again on the Xbox store. Oh my. I think it's time for regulation, guys, in gaming. When there's games like this that have problems, and I don't mean just the odd person getting that, but if it's across the board, you know, that something is wrong with a game, at least when they're selling it, it should be explained, you know, but if they do that, probably no one will buy it, so they're knowingly selling it is, if you think about it, it's a faulty product, isn't it? I'd imagine because it's on Microsoft's store, it might be on Game Pass. I'd imagine so. Yeah. Oh no, they don't do anything fancy like that. Yeah. Phoenix, no, there's none of those frills in this. Yeah. What they do is just go close to the fire and get some heat, and that's it. Basically. It doesn't matter about windows being opened. No, it doesn't go into the same detail that Valheim would have, where, you know, you light a fire, and if you didn't do the smoke thing properly, you're pretty much, you know, buggered. That kind of stuff. Valheim, you know, went into the physics a bit more. These guys are the kind of devs I would call good enough. You know, if something is good enough, they'll move on to the next thing. You know, why spend a few hours more tweaking something, you know? But if I ever see that brand on a game again, head west, I will avoid it like the plague. And I think that's what everyone did. Yeah, it was on Xbox Store, so it's probably on Game Pass. But to be honest, that's all it's fit for, Game Pass, you know, when you're getting it through your subscription. But paying money for this thing it's ridiculous.
Engage.
Don't even ask me why I'm doing that. Well, I think we found this before, and that is not the key. No. Not even close to the key.
Engaged.
Oh, my patience with this game is really getting tried.
Engaged.
Bugged. Okay. So all we can do is go around the edges and then try the center. Yeah. I remember the likes of Starfield when it came out. Well, it's even now it's an absolute disaster. This is still better than Starfield. How's that? But at least one thing with Starfield, I managed to get my achievements out of it, even though it was like getting my teeth extracted without any anesthetic. But yeah, it's still more playable than Starfield. The only bugs in this, because there's not much in the game, is the bugged achievements. Yeah. Some massive bugged achievements.
Tonight is forecast to be colder than last.
And these bugs were pretty much in the game from the start. Enough for one playthrough. And most achievements. The DLC was brutal, wasn't it? Yeah. It did run pretty bad as well. Well, my wife bought the game for me with the DLC kind of thing. The DLC was disappointing, to say the least. I didn't think anything could be worse than Starfield, but they really outdid themselves on the DLC. That felt like it felt like I was clocking into work aptitude, and you couldn't wait to get out, and you just wanted to get the quest done and just move on. For goodness sake, just move on. You shouldn't have to pay for an experience like that. You know what I mean? People should be paying you. Those are the hours we'll never get back. We'll probably be on our deathbed, looking for a few more hours. Thinking about the hours we wasted on Starfield. But for me, I think the absolute pits was, running across a planet for 20 minutes to a rock. Yeah, that was it. Seeing the same cave over and over again. Yeah, that's dead. That's gone. Did you hear the news about that? They got in some new devs. Rumour is they're going to be working on the Elder Scrolls. Did you hear the news about that? Aptitude, no? One guy in particular is rumoured to be the quest designer for the new Elder Scrolls. Ah! But John Donne something is his name. And you'll be forgiven if you haven't heard of his name. But I can tell you his resume. The last 3 games he worked on, where he was quest designer. This is all rumours, but it's probably true. The last game he worked on was an absolute gem. It was called Dragon Age Veilguard. We know that was a massive hit. Great story, very playable. Great stuff. Before that he worked on another all-time great called Anthem. So good that they shut down the servers on that one, I think. And then before that, he worked on another classic. He worked on Mass Effect Andromeda. They're his last 3 games. So, why did Microsoft think that he would be a good fit for the Elder Scrolls? Seeing as far as I'm concerned, my business is done with BGS if they mess up the Elder Scrolls. I'm out. And I've been playing their game since the very beginning. And I think anyone would be. Yeah. Apparently he's going to be the guy. I don't know what's going on Aptitude, to be honest. If they're playing to a minority audience, Yeah, I can kind of understand that, but if they're playing to, and I'm being nicer, saying 10% of the audience, um, they're going to alienate 90. So I hope each one of those 10% buy 10 to 20 copies of that game, or else they're not going to make their money on that one. Um, the kind of stuff, the kind of audience they're playing to doesn't exist, you know, or don't buy the games, you know. Uh, I don't know, you know. I really don't know anymore. But think about it this way, aptitude. You know, no matter who they're getting to do the game, it doesn't really make a difference. You've seen Morrowind, immersive game, great story. You know, okay, the graphics are dated, that was a long time ago. Then they come up with Oblivion. Bit better in the graphics. Well, very better in the graphics. Story, not as good. Then they come up with Skyrim. Bit better in the graphics. Story, not as good. Then they came up with Fallout 4. Yeah, roughly around the same on the graphics. Story, even worse than the last. And then they come up with Starfield. Again, story worse than the last. So, judging by their last 4 or 5 games, where the story is suffering and the game is suffering every time, well, it makes sense to think that the next Skyrim will be just as bad. Except the lore might save it a little bit. But if they get in some guy that has his own take on Skyrim, much like the guys had their own take on the Witcher TV series, yeah, it's pretty much over. It's gone. Yeah, for what they are. 50 is enough for any game. They should have been coming down, not going up. But if you're listening to Sony, one Sony guy, he said the prices should be going up every generation on games because and I'm saying this, and this is literally what I said, because there's not as many Lamborghinis in the car park of the Sony studios, so the devs and the guys are really hurting, and yeah, they need more Lamborghinis and private jets, so they should put up prices of games so they can buy more Lamborghinis. And Porsches, of course. Ferraris as well, obviously, throw those guys in. Mm. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, I don't know much about them, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically. Google that online. Yeah. I must have been some kind of low level guy. But not as bad as the guys from Ubisoft, you know. You better stop. You know, you better get used to not owning your games and all of that BS. You know, well, not Black Flag. Do you remember that ship one they did? I forget the name of it, where they spent like billions on it, and they busted the company. What did they say? It was the first quadruple A game. It's grade 2 now, isn't it? You can give yourself a title. Nice. Skull and Bones. That's that pile of goo. Yeah. The last decent game they made with a story would have been Black Flag. At least there was a story in it, you know. Yeah, at least there was a story in that guy. But yeah, they ran themselves to the ground. 10 Cent came in, of course, bought a huge chunk of the company, bailed them out, and oh, they're back to making silly games again. But you know, for years, investors with Ubisoft were literally begging them to improve their games and not to charge so much, and to ease back on the microtransactions. You know what I mean? Now, this is investors, and they were getting. Even the investors knew that this was going to turn real bad real quick. I'm surprised they lasted so long. Yeah, Syndicate was okay. That's the only one you've ever played. Syndicate, was it? I didn't play Mirage. Well, you couldn't call Valhalla really, even though it used the IP. There wasn't much assassin of anything in that one. But, they've been getting more and more and more and more mainstream. Yeah, I did like the historic ones like Odyssey, but it's not for everyone because I have a fondness for, the ancient Greek culture, history and all that. Although they were pretty inaccurate, to be honest, especially with the Egyptian stuff. They've got a lot of the things and designs off by at least a couple of centuries, but it's just a game. I wouldn't be too bothered about that. But they shouldn't keep saying that they're historically accurate, because they're not, you know. They pretty much make it up on the fly, or else whoever is giving them the facts is BSing them, and he's getting paid for zero. Yeah, I'll tell you what it is. It's a good Viking adventure game, but they just use the SE IP just to sound. Yeah, I did do Rogue. Yeah, yeah, I did do the remastered Rogue. But they took out the kind of hard bits, where you had to do the 100% sync and that. X kill this many guys, do that. Oh, I'll tell you one thing about them anyway, at least their achievements wasn't bugged. But I got 100% in Valhalla, guys, that was grueling. There was a part where you had to do these trials. Oh, that was... But at least I got 100% on it. That was horrible. Origins, yeah, the only effective weapon I could find in Origins was a spear. It hadn't got much to it in substance. A lot of people liked it. It was okay. I much preferred Odyssey, to be honest. But I thought that they didn't give it. They didn't give it enough. I didn't like the fighting combat, the style. There's one thing about the AC games. The movement buttons are pretty much the same. So if you've been playing them for a while, it's pretty easy to get used to the moves. It's really all about timing, But I played Origins, got 100% on that. It was okay. Definitely wouldn't be my favourite. Black Flag would have probably been, but that was just because of the story. I could have doing much more on that as well. Valhalla wasn't bad. I know a lot of people complained about it, but if it was not considered an AC game, it would have been a decent Viking adventure one. Yeah. Yeah, it depends, Basically everyone's favourite one of that would have been probably different. But Syndicate was the one with the online achievements. That was the first time, guys, I started playing online to get the achievements from Black Flag. They were horrible. There was one of them that was kind of bugged, but I eventually got it. The one playing as the Jaguar, blah blah blah, be the winning guy on the team. But I remember I started playing that just to get the achievements out. That's how much I follow achievements. But I got in anyway, and it's really lame. You're just walking around slowly in a crowd trying to stab the right person in the back. And that's what it is, basically. But they would force you into another team. But obviously I just started out what might not have been that good. And I got killed a few times. Apparently the team lost. Then some guy sent me a message on Xbox with a death threat. Because he said, because the team lost, he dropped down 5 places in the rankings. I told him to grow up. Yeah. I told him to grow up and, go crying to his mama. But I laughed it off. But if I was a kid, Jaeger, that would have been pretty scary. So he wouldn't stop. So I checked his account, and his account was 5 years old or something. And I told him for all I had to do, at the push of a button, was send his messages to Microsoft, and he would be banned for life. He could say goodbye to his games and everything. So he shut up then, and he apologised. But yeah, he was he was not of right mind. It's just a game, Jaeger, for goodness sake. You know, if that's the highlight of your life, having a scoreboard on something like that, you know, that's what happens. You know, when you can't pick your team, it's just done automatically. So that was okay. That was over with. So I got a little bit better, obviously. I got kind of pretty decent. And then, you know, got picked up by another team. This guy striked up a conversation. He seemed to be okay, you know. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm kind of jumping a bit. So, yeah, I got picked up by another team. Some guy asked me my age, and unfortunately, I told him. And then I got trolled. So apparently, obviously, age is a barrier to gaming, which I never thought it was. So I didn't put myself out for that anymore. So then got into another team. This guy was pretty chatty. He seemed okay. So he said, I'm 18, he said. I suppose, he said, you're the same age. And I said, I suppose. I know, but I didn't want to get trolled. But he used to always kind of message me when he was going in, and I would kind of go in on a team and stuff like that. But after a couple of weeks, he got very, very strange. You know, he started explaining to me in detail about the shower he just had. And I told him, I said, I'm sorry, guy, I said, I'm not gay. I said, I've nothing against gay people. You know, okay, you want to live like that? I said, I'm not gay. I said, I'm married. Oh my God, he was angry. Oh, you could have told me. I said, what? I said, this is not a dating site. This is a game, I said, for kids. You know, it's not a dating site. So he unfriended me and blocked me. But thinking back about that, Jaeger, let's say the messages we had, he was pretty literate. He wasn't your typical 18-year-old. You know, his wording and his phrases. I guess the guy was around my age. I think he was catfishing me and he was some kind of predator. Yeah, he was some kind of predator. You know, like what they're doing in Roblox. You know, those kind of predator guys? Because I remember they clamped down on Steam on predators. And they all came over to console. Yeah, but if I was a kid, that would have been nasty. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's what I think on that one. But little did he know that I was catfishing him. I was not 18. But it's beside the point. It's not funny. I wouldn't leave my kids on those servers, to be honest. Yeah. But that's what I've seen. I've seen predators and death threats. You know, those online games are pretty nasty. But Ubisoft, I wouldn't get them to organize a chicken fight. You know, they have no control, or they had no control over that platform. It was pretty much the Wild West. It was pretty much Roblox. Yeah. Yeah, it was brutal. But I never liked online stuff anyway, but that really, you know, kind of made up my mind. The second I managed to get my last achievement, and that was it, then I was done. And now I'll go out of my way not to pick games with online achievements. It's 11 on Fortnite. All the time. Really not watched. He's smart enough not to talk to people. Yeah, but you just never know. They'll come in maybe as another 11-year-old or whatever. He might let some information go. That's what I would be afraid of. You know, that he might, you know. I remember one person in particular. But they never had a mic. They were texting me. And they said they were female. Or it kind of came up in the conversation. Again, kind of coming on like that. So I said, you know, I'm married, stuff like that, sorry. Yeah, and then they kind of just faded away. I don't think that person was a female. But no, it's not a dating site, you know. Definitely not a dating site. And you'll get some strange comments of adult nature which I don't understand because, you know, they can't visually see you. And even if they could, I still wouldn't understand that kind of stuff. Gaming is not a place for that. There's websites for that, guys. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But there's a massive risk leaving kids online. But I remember watching a video on... I've never played it, but you know that Roblox thing? You know, that's packed with kids. Apparently it's a massive money-making machine. And it looks a bit silly. You know, just people walking around talking like a kind of Sims thing. But the developers put in a thing called public showers. Yeah? We're talking about kids in public showers. They got a lot of complaints from gamers saying that there was predators and stuff, and they apparently did zero. There was rumours that they wanted to start up a dating site on it. And I think one guy in particular, he was a pretty famous guy that was playing that, I forget his name, actually went out, you know, to do that Roblox, yeah, or whatever it's called, Roblox, yeah. He did a kind of to catch a predator thing. You know, he would set people up and report them. And I think they banned him, didn't they, for doing that? Saying he was doing vigilante stuff. He was trying to do, you know, what they wouldn't do to keep kids safe on that. You know, he wouldn't have to do it if they did. But yeah, I think that company might take a hit. But you know, it's a massive money-making machine. But yet you don't hear these fringe groups, you know, banning the other games. You know, they wanted to ban GTA. They banned a lot of indie games. They banned a lot of anime games. They're putting pressure on credit card companies and banks to stop payment, and they're doing it. But not one word about Roblox. Why? Because of the money. You know what I mean? It's okay to hit the indie games. Now, these indie games I probably wouldn't play. They would have been of an adult nature. But if you're an adult and that game is legal and you want to buy it, I see no problem. Not enough. Yeah, not enough. They should shut that company down. It's been going on for ages, I've heard. Yeah, it's literally been going on for ages. Yeah, but even a game that you know they lost that, so you know that they can that they generate that kind of water value. It's subjective, really. You know, it's crazy. Yeah, they banned them for doing a job that they wouldn't do. But that is a bad sign to be sending out. You know, the people that would be, let's say, into that kind of disgusting vile thing, you know, would be attracted to that platform. So not only are they not dealing with the problem they have, but they're inviting other people in to make it a lot worse. You know. I don't know, guys. I would take that if I had kids on that game. I would take that pretty seriously. Are we ever going to find this stupid key? Hang on, this is going back. Wrong way. We're getting turned around. Oh. We're dead. Okay, at least the spear helped that time. This is dodgy. We can't really stand another attack like that. It's got to be around here, guys. This is the last spot. It has to be. Like, this is the lake. Could it be down here? Oh, we're going to find out now shortly, aren't we? It's got to be down here. This game is really ticking me. If we had enough time or something in the weather or food to get the wolves up from back, you know, we just might be able to find them. Well, we're wasting our time down here. That's that little place we tried for that other one. It could be. Well, you can't really take the chance, can we? It doesn't seem to be on this side either. It's beyond me where they've hidden this thing. Yeah, it must be where I said it was, on the other side, but... That's a good one. It could be on the wrong side. I know we didn't really try this side hard enough, but... Oh, I remember that band. One Hit Wonder from the kind of mid to late 80s. The band was called Fairground Attraction, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember that one. I was working in Oxfordshire and that one was out, I think. Yeah, they did that, they did another one, wasn't so successful, and then, you know, like every one hit wonder, they just disappeared. Maybe it's down here. No, that's just basically back the way home again. Maybe it is down there. But it's set around the lake, guys. This is the lake here. No good going back that way.
Place navigation flags to avoid
Ah,
details.
yeah. Oh, hang on. What's this? I found it. I found it. About time something went right. This has got to be it, guys. Oh, yeah. We got it. Stupid game. Buggy slop.
Engage.
Now we've got to get back alive. Let's grab what we can here. Let's grab what we can.
Engage.
Kidding me? Okay, we got it, guys. Now all we gotta do is get out of here alive. We got the key. And I guarantee you that achievement won't pop either. Now, getting back... Now, this is nowhere near the lake. I knew there'd be a mile off. This is nowhere near the lake. Well, kind of, but it's a good bit out. Ah, it's way too far out. Okay, we better get out of here now. We need to get out. We'll have a look for that silly stuff on the way down. So it's basically a straight line. Stupid game.
Engaged.
Ah. Straight line after all that. But I was right, it was somewhere on the side. Back as soon as we can. We'll have to fix that. What's it? That stupid thing. That meditation thingy. Yeah, it was more over to the side. We gotta get back. But we got the key. Now, I should have been finishing up the achievements on this the second I used the key on this cave where I entered an old cave. But the guys that reported bugs, they had exactly the same 3 bugs, and I've got 2 for 3, and this is the next one. So I'm 100% thinking this is bugged as well. That means these bugs have been, for everyone, I mean everyone, have been persistent for at least the last 2 years. But you can pretty much do that with games and not suffer any consequences. Because nobody wants to regulate. At the very least, there should be a warning that there's bugged achievements. But then, you know, probably that would ruin 50% of their sales, so they'd rather do a little con. No, I could still get killed, so I'd want to be careful. Oh, third trip. What's the third trip? We got it. All we gotta do is get home. Well, we have enough water anyway and food, so... Well, we need to use that meditation BS. God, 50% of the achievements. Oh my, I've never lost that much due to bugs. Well, it does not help that there's not many achievements in the game, I suppose, but still. It's pretty horrible. Oh. There it is. Is that fiber? There's no way I can get fiber here. Stupid game. Yeah, I can't really make the other chests without it. Here, let's get in here and save. But that's it, we got the key, guys. Yeah, we should be able to finish this in the stream, I'd say. Yeah, we've got another hour. I doubt we'll squeeze another one out of it. Disappointing little game. Here, let me save this.
Spirit too low.
Yeah, shush. Oh, we gotta do the spirit thing. Of course. Yeah, okay. I didn't think we used the fiber on that, but apparently we do. Fiber on that one as well. No, we don't on the large storage container. We just need rocks, that, and wood. Okay, we have a chance. We need rocks and wood and those things there. Okay.
Spirit too low.
Yeah, it was the wrong one I was looking at. See if we could even make 2 of these. Would be nice. And oh, we got stone. There it is. Well, that's all we can do with that. Well, if we can,
Spirit
we'll
too
see. Shush with your spirit. Let's get more sales now, ruin our reputation. Yeah, then complain about poor sales next time. Sterling work. I would never consider buying a game from these guys again. Yeah, if you did some sensible games and were anyway reasonably fair.
Spirit too low.
The bar, for being fair, the bar is not very high these days in gaming, you know. But there's still a lot of, well, there's a few guys, they're not kind of touched by corporate, privately owned, the likes of Larian Gaming, and have a lot of good faith. Cyberpunk has, well, CD Projekt has kind of made back most of their reputation, but a lot of people won't forget the release of Cyberpunk.
Spirit too low.
But apparently, you know, the money that they make is a good portion of the GDP for Poland, I think. I think even the government got in on that when they said they would fine them or something, 20% of all of their income if they didn't get things fixed right. But maybe it was just a PR thing. But I remember the backlash because of that. Unusual to see a government get involved in that. Okay. We'll get this one dead center. We'll see if we can get the other guys. Beside that, if we could make a few more. Come on now.
Spirit too low.
We even need to put it there. Well, it doesn't have to be pretty. Yeah, we just leave it over here. Right, we'll fill it up with junk, and what we need to do is we need to fix this spirit thing. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, especially No Man's Sky. But they're an exception. Definitely not a rule. Usually when a game does that, it's never right after. Hello Games, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and they've done a lot of content. We'll get to the stage where they'll start charging for that, but you know, they kind of deserve it. But I looked into that story, Jaeger, and it's interesting you should mention that. No Man's Sky, listen to this. They're still obviously selling the game, but they're doing all the updates and all of that new content, and they're not charging for it, and they're still making a profit. They're improving their game, it's covering that, they're fixing their engine, they're adding new content, making the game better, but they're making it from extra game sales, and they're making it from merchandising. So I think last quarter they made, well, by gaming standards, not a lot, but after all of their expenses, profit, they made 30 million. Okay? That's from game sales and from merchandising. Now, for a normal person, that would be enough. But now, you know, if a company doesn't make $1 billion now in a quarter, you know, they'll start grinding down. Just sheer greed is what we're talking about. But like 30 million in a quarter, you know, and everyone's wages paid, and that's just sheer profit. You know, that's like what, 10 million a month. That's pretty decent. They seem, for the time being, happy with that. That's what you get from a games company that's not greedy. And that's the way it used to be. You know, they're driving around in Lamborghinis and jets and stuff. You know, and that's okay. That's when you've got no corporate behind you or no investors. I don't think there is anyway. I hope not. Yeah, but I looked into that actually. And they're making the game better and better each time. And hopefully they'll stay that way. But it goes to show you too, from game sales and merchandising alone, there's for normal, sensible people, there's enough money. There's plenty of enough money, you know. And that's selling the game for $20. So now you've got these so-called AAA companies. They're making absolute slop. It's unplayable with bugs. You're giving them, what, 80, 90? They're charging you for DLCs. They're charging you for microtransactions. They're doing lame patches. And then they're abandoning games. Yeah. Yearly release. Been the same for 10 years. Nice. People buy it so they don't care, yeah. When you don't have Randy Pitchfork as CEO. So it's just agreed, you know. That's the thing, that's the killer. Apparently.
Spirit too low.
Spirit too low. I guess there's a chance now to store the ore, doesn't it, in the other junk. And we'll see if we can sort out the spirit. We need some water as well. Maybe enough to make a chest or two here as well. Oh, the North Key, that's the guy we were looking for. And I can guarantee you that achievement won't pop. Alright, let's get some water. Actually, I'll save this again for a moment. And I'll just pop through the door and then I'll reload it. But I can almost bet you anything that it won't pop any achievement. And if that's the case, then the three achievements that bugged out for me would be the exact same 3 achievements that bugged out for 2 reviewers. So that's too much of a coincidence. So that means those 3 achievements are probably bugged out for everyone. Autocorrect put it as Pitchfork. No, I'm not familiar. I thought it was some kind of stage name, some ex-wrestler or something that kind of, you know, then went into the business of, you know how you see it in English, called Randy Pitchfork. So what is his surname? Randy is a pretty popular name for wrestlers. No, Randy Pitchford. Sorry, Pitchford. I thought it was Pitchfork. Yeah, Pitchford. Pitchford, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I see. Oh, it put the pitch, yeah, it added the extra one. Yeah. It's not much of a mistake. When I glanced at it for a moment, I thought it was Pitchfork. I said, "There's Randy Pitchfork. Must be some kind of name some wrestler used." But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. Now we saved, didn't we? Yeah, I'll just save again. I just want to see if the achievement will pop. Now, let me have a look at this. He is a devil with a fork, honestly. Really? Now, let's see. I'll just have a quick look here, guys. Let's see. I'm still stuck at 50. Yeah, I'm still stuck at 50%. We'll open this door. So the other one is enter the blah blah cave. And here it is. won't be a hope of this. But we'll see. This is basically the cave. So this should have been another achievement. La la la. And there should be 2 chests in here to find. That's it. Done with this silly game. Now let's go out again. So this should have been enough. From what I read from the achievements anyway. It says enter North Cave.
Spirit too low.
The Cave of the North was used as a hideout. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. Blah. Okay. Enter the Dragon. Ah, classic, wasn't it? Now, that should be enough time for that achievement to sink in. I wouldn't mind that it didn't pop. 50% of the time it doesn't pop. But let's see if we have exactly the same 3 bugs as the reviewers had. Now, let me check. I cannot believe it. I got that one.
Spirit too low.
So maybe there's hope. Maybe they mispronounced the gem thing. Maybe I've got to open the 2 chests. If that's the case, I'm just short 1 achievement, and I might be able to redo the cooking thing. And make sure I get the smoked meat in there. There might be a chance yet, guys. Yeah, there's a slither of hope. A tiny slither. Now, my apologies, guys. I just gotta take a very, very, very quick bathroom break for a moment. It won't be a second. And then when we get back, what I'll do is I'll reload that. We'll see if we can get this guy some, karma, whatever he wants, and we'll sort out some food. Won't be a second. My apologies. Now, there we go, back. It has cross-play and is great fun. Yes, this is the way I like the game with you. Better than broken, yeah.
Large populations of game detected.
Wasn't there a movie of the same name? Or am I tripping? I remember a movie of the same name. About that steel orb with the blades. You remember that horror movie? Or am I thinking about something else? Yeah. Yeah, lots of games actually have crossplay. Hmm. But I think a lot of platforms now, let's say if someone is playing on console, most of the crossplay or any kind of interactive play requires paying Microsoft for their subscription. So they're kind of extorting people for that. They say they want to get people together at a price, apparently, if you pay them. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's where I got it wrong, yeah. I think I remember reading about it somewhere. It's somewhere in the back of my head, but the name is really jumping out towards a movie. Whether it's an older one or maybe one that's up and coming, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. No. Yeah, it's a ghost hunting game. I think I've seen it. I think we raided somebody. Yeah. I think we raided somebody playing that game. Now, let's load this up, guys. And what we need to do is we need to get food, water, and we need to... I can't believe I got that at least one more achievement. But unless I get them all, it's going to be shallow. But if the rest of the achievements, I have a chance of getting the food one. Because somebody reckons they found a way around that. And apparently, what I didn't mention is, if you get the 16 recipes without doing the smoking one before getting him, the smoking immediate bugs out. So there might be a chance. I'd say I have about a 1 in 3 chance, I suppose. Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. But if that's an Xbox game, and if it's anything got to do with interacting with the community, yeah, you've got to pay the company. You know, because getting people together for a price is it's all what corporations are about. Not like that on Steam, guys, from what I know. That's why I find these corporations, you know, so hypocritical. All a money game, guys. Now, just get something to drink and we'll see if we can fix this guy up. I am going to take everything out of this cave because I never went to the kind of problem of building something outside one. But this was the last one, so I said, hey, why not? Especially with the weather conditions here. Now we'll need a flag on the inside as well to find a door. These caves are massive. If they're like the other caves, we're looking for 2 chests. We get the orbs from them. I think we're pretty much done. Now maybe the one where it says collect gems, maybe, and this is a big maybe. Maybe the either meant the orbs or maybe that's part of it. But it's a big maybe. Yeah, I'll definitely look at the game. But if I get the game, yeah, I would do, yeah. But I was eventually, going to look at games like that. Absolutely. But yeah, if I had games like that, and it's not about the money. If Microsoft weren't putting up a paywall, yeah, I might be interested. How are we going to get this? Oh, the water. This is another silly thing they do as well. I wonder, could we put a meditation chamber here? Because this is getting a bit silly now.
Tonight is forecast to be
Yeah. What's the food situation? Oh, the food is not too bad. Water is a biggie. And what do we need? Stone on that one, I think, and gems. Let's see if we can put in a few more chests. We'll need them. What have we got here? Yeah, well, that's cooking, I suppose. We got everything out. We have. That's just food. Hang on. We'll leave that there for a while. That we'll need to take with us. Oh, we'll need a stupid fiber. Well, we need a flag before we go in here. We'll never find a way out. Okay, let me grab that flour. Need 1 flour, 2 fiber, I think. Now, there is fiber here, but it's very rare. Very, very common in the jungle. Just get that water for a second. Now, of course, we need food. We get a little bit of food, and we should be good to go. And then we'll give it another save. So what we need to do, we need some gems, we need some stone, but mostly we need to do that stupid meditation thing. I'll see if we can build it, but I don't think we have the materials here. Now the last thing I want to do is build up a big base here. Well, we might not have a choice. There. Okay, we seem to be pretty good. And the wolves are around as well. So, let's see. Would it be... well, it would be in building, wouldn't it? Modern. Meditation. Where is it, Jared? Meditation. There it is. Not really. Okay. Let's find the closest one. We'll need some gems. What are some gems? Well, we'll get those in a moment. We need stone, and we need to find one of those little chambers. There's got to be one around here somewhere. If we get killed anyway, it's not too bad, I think. What's the time? It's not too bad. We've got about 4 minutes, I'd say, before freezing conditions set in. We're looking for one of those stupid domes. I really don't know why they even put this in here, but... see, I can't take any of the rocks yet without that meditation thing. And we definitely need it inside. Ah, come on! Here, we'll head towards that other one. We'll have to find one sometime. Oh! Where is it? There it is, guys. That's the stuff I'm looking for, the flag. That was very important. Okay, we've got that little problem out of the way. Oh, I know there's one down here at the base. Oh, ridiculous, isn't it? Ah, sugar. Are you serious? Okay. I went around in a circle. I'm the same name on Discord, so feel free to... yeah, if I ever get a game, I'll definitely get in touch. I need to go to bed, no problem. And thanks for hanging out, Mike. Appreciate it. Ah, cool. I hope you had fun. Take care, Mike, and stay safe. I hope you have a great day with your friends. Have a good one. Bye. The meditation thing is ruining this game as well. Because we should be concentrating on that, and now we're going around looking for a stupid meditation chamber. But if we can get here and back. I don't want to be messing about. Where are you, you little gobbler? Ah! There you go.
Spirit too low.
Ah, I killed him for 0. Had I known, I would have just let him survive. See what I mean? I can't even pick up food without that. But there is one down here. If I can get that and then get back again. That's one gobbler gone for no reason.
The temperature here can quickly turn
Yeah,
deadly.
we know that. We know that. Ah. And if you don't need to, this guy can sprint. But the second you need to sprint, he can't sprint. We're dead. We're dead. Ah, well. Oh, you piece of junk. Ah, how you liking me now? Oh, I can't scrap him either.
Spirit too low.
Well, at least we're still alive, I suppose. That's something. Now it should be over here. Oh, it's there. It's there. It's there. Now we've got to do this. We've got to back. We'll collect that wolf if he's still there. I will say he'll despawn. Not that we need the junk from him anyway, but
Begin
still.
meditation.
I've still got about 40 minutes. I might go a little bit over my usual time if there's not much left in this to do after I do this. But there's no way in the world we'll be able to squeeze another stream out of this one. Even at this slow pace. So, as far as I know, we get the junk from here, we make a statue, and we bring it back to the tropical island, and I think that's it. But I think 2 of the achievements are bugged. I didn't even look at the new stuff we got. I think it's just a statue. I think it's going to be rubbish. Pretty much.
Hypothermic state detected.
Okay, we might be able to do something. I might be able to sleep at this one here. So we don't have to run all the way back. But I want to be careful with my saves then. This is going to be nasty. See how long it takes? I dealt with buggy achievements before and usually, you know, kind of got lucky, but with this one, I'm absolutely not
Spirit
sure.
restored.
Let's see if we can get some heat going. If I get my temperature up, I'll run down and I will scrap that wolf if he's still there. So I don't want a chance going over that one, so we'll go over the 5th one. That should buy us some time. Let's get that temperature up. I'll just stand in the fire. Maybe that would work. Ah, come on. Yeah, it is. It's going up alright. Yeah, it's definitely going up. Slowly. We get that up to something reasonable. And then I'll scrap that wolf. We'll actually sleep here and make our way back down. So we need gems, we need stone if we're making more out in wood. God, that's slow, isn't it? Okay, where was that guy? Down here. I wonder, is he still here? No, he's gone. No, he's there, he's there, he's there.
Engaged.
He's there alright.
The temperature here can quickly turn deadly.
Oh, what is that? Okay. That's a biggie. Might as well get some water while we're here.
Engaged.
Now let's put our backside on the fire again. And then we'll save and we'll wait. We can have that in the morning when we set out. Don't know how we're doing for food, are we? None. That's not much of a problem. We'll get back in plenty of time, I'd say. Yeah, it works for temperature. It's pretty slow, but it's not bad, I suppose. I'm surprised the snowsuit is working. It actually works on the other side as well, but there's always something that will get you. Now they'll get you from exhaustion. If you stay up too late, so I don't know. Apparently human beings can't stay awake for, more than 18 hours or something. There, let's turn this off. Ah, sugar. That was something I didn't want to do. See what I mean? It's too hard to get to the fire. There. Silly, silly, silly. Okay, 5. Yeah, it didn't really make much of a difference. Okay. I don't know, we could chance it back down. What time is it? Nah, 23. We'll just get the exhaustion thing. And we wouldn't have really time to look around. Okay. We'll chance it. We gotta save anyway. It's lucky I have this little base camp here, you know that? Okay. Right, let's make our way down. So that's what we're really looking for there.
Engaged.
Gems and wood as well. Oh, we don't need any more of that. To be honest, I could do with building a meditation deck here, but for what's left, it's hardly worth it. Grab what we can from here, I suppose. Silly little game. Oh, yeah, we need this junk.
Engaged.
Yeah, we even got the other stuff we needed. That stuff there. The flag we need. Oh, I seen some stones on the way in here, didn't I? Okay, that one I have to do. Hey, 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 hey. Wrong way.
Engage. Engaged.
Now, let's build a few more of these. Yeah, why not?
Engage. Large populations of game detected.
See the meditation? Stupid thing. We're using that up quite quickly.
Engaged.
See that piece of wood there, did I? Now with a bit of luck we might be able to explore some of this cave before it gets too dark.
Engage.
Yeah, we need not be too neat. But we'll get it neat-ish. Well, I need 2 fiber, 1 wood, and not flour. It should be enough. Still got 50. Oh, sugar. Still got 50 arrows. And I've got a tonic of life as well, so that just in case things go really bad. I don't know if we need the anti-venom, but I don't know what's going on in there. Now let's see, can I build a flag? I can. Perfect. Right. Let's fix this guy up. I could really do with more of those. We'll probably get some gems and rocks inside. The wood would be a problem. I think I've got some here. So, let me see. We need food. We need carbs, of course. We'll work on the little carb problem first. We're still okay. Now, food. I want to get rid of... Oh, I don't have any small meat. Okay, I must have used it up. Okay. Don't know what the time is. We'll probably be able to do one side of the cave. But I definitely need that flag in. We'll have to say it before we go in. It's very easy to get lost in here. Especially when you need water all the time. And we've got a canteen that we can't drink from. Nice. And that will be our backup. Ah, it's lucky we've got some food down here at least, and water. There. Right. Now, you see all of that there? Well, forget about the health, hunger, and thirst. Protein, fat, and carbs. If any of them reaches 0, you're just finished. Carbs are okay. You can do that with a baked potato. Get that out of the way. That's 50%. Well, pretty much eating meat will take care of the fat and protein.
There is a cave here that contains 2 rare items.
There, you see what I mean? Now we're kind of good to go. Oh, sugar, I need water. Yeah, we can't go without water, and we're not really great on... there's usually a dome inside. Yeah, there's usually a dome inside. So, we'll be ready to go after this. Now, there's one thing I haven't met in these caves, and that's animals. So I doubt there's anything in here. But you never know with these guys, to be honest. Oh, God. Right. That's a pity if it wasn't for the bugged achievements. Who knows? Well, we know when we raid the 2 chests anyway, won't we? That's it, guys, and what time is it? Yeah, okay, maybe. We'll have time to do some part of the cave. We do the bottom one. Right, let's hit this cave. So we're here to raid everything. So I think we'll head to the left. I want to see what's down here. The problem is finding our way back. Oh, without you see that? They don't respawn. And you need them for lighting. And when you scrap something in this, at best, if you're very lucky, you'll get half the materials back. And that's a big problem for lighting. And you can't grow them. They're my top priority, these little guys here. Okay, I want to say we're going to the left. Ah! Did you hear something? Oh, you're kidding me. What have they got in here? Oh, we need stone.
Engage.
I usually wouldn't even consider picking up this junk, but we're making more chests outside.
Look for chests that contain valuable items. They are gifts left here.
Yes. Ooh. Well, at least with that cabin outside, I have a little bit more time here. And this will help us, get our way around. If we see another bunch, we know we haven't been here. I think I might ignore these, except the green ones, for a while to see what we're doing. Yeah, we don't want to fill up to... What the... Guys, I think there's something in here. I'm not convinced we are alone. Oh, I'll do the old classic scout around the edges and see if we get lucky. Unfortunately, I need this, so...
Engage.
Ah, sugar. No hotkey.
Engage.
It's gotten me killed quite a few times. Okay, well, I don't know if that's some kind of... I'd say there's something up there, you know that. We still have a bit of time in here. And we need those guys. Time.
Engaged.
They're the only ones we're gonna stop for.
Engage.
Okay, not seeing any chests yet, but these places are pretty big. And I've a clue where I'm going. No map. Ooh! Hoo hoo hoo! Okay. And we've even got that. Okay, what's in this one? Yeah, this is one of the... This is one of them anyway. It must be down the other side, the other one. Strength stone. Rare stone that once discovered increases the amount of stamina drain by 20% and increases your storage. What's my storage now, guys? 210, is it? Well, it's 210 now because I got that one.
Rare stone discovered.
Is it 210?
New skill unlocked.
Oh, it's 400. Ah, we should have been getting this on the last biome, guys. Nah. Really, at the end of the game, be getting this. It's depressing. I should be trying to find my way out now with that stone. Oh, let me just get a few of this. And then we can take another trip. Anything else is a bonus. It's just the 2 chests to the one. Let's see if we can find our way back out. Yeah, all this green stuff, obviously. Can't leave that guy behind. Yeah, we really don't know where we're going there. So if I bear to the right around here, we should find our way out. That's a massive amount of storage. Well, that way, isn't it? Whatever. We'll go this way. See, this is where we get lost. Big time. I think this is the way we came in. Yeah, it is. We came from this here, and then we bear again to the... I think it is. Now, if we can get near this up there, we get closer to the door, I'll scrap like mad. I'll scrap around the doorway.
Engage. Engage.
I would say this way.
Engage.
No, we haven't been here before. I still think there's something in here. I thought I heard something. Well, I don't know, that must be the house that we're in, isn't it? Oh. I think I should have sticking to the way I knew.
Engage.
Oh, is this an... nah, it couldn't be the other one, is it? Did we walk around in a circle? I think we did. Yeah, we walked around in a circle. Cool. Okay, if that's the case, then I might as well get this thing from here. We've still got enough water and food-ish.
Engage.
Let's get this junk back. See if I can find my way out. I should have put down that stupid flag, shouldn't I?
Begin meditation.
Did you hear that? Yeah, there's something in here, alright. Well, judging by the animals in the game, it sounds like... well, it's not a wolf, it's probably a bear. Yeah, a bit dodgy, those guys. Unless I kind of see him before he sees me and get a couple of shots in. But that's kind of dodgy, especially with the health we have. That guy I wanted to avoid. So they did put an animal in here after all, it seems.
Spirit restored.
If they fix the bugs in their game, it will be a lot better. Oh, I'm just trying to find my way out. I know, we're not really doing it, are we? Oh, this is not the way, guys. Okay, head towards the house, I suppose. Whatever way we can, we'll hug the side. Okay, I'm not scrapping anything this time until I get out. I think we might be lost. Oh, hang on. We actually came from this. Yeah. Yeah, this is the right direction. We'll grab that. We just keep going to the right here and follow this around. Yeah. This is the one. And I think it's this way, is it? Apparently not. Oh, we'll grab these guys, of course. Yeah, if I wanted to build something here later, this is a must. Okay, no need to panic yet. I'll just say stick to the side. I think this might be it. It's going upwards. No.
A balanced diet prevents malnutrition.
No, I don't think so. Croc, you should have put down that flag. Maybe. Yeah, I think we got it. I think we're out. We seem to be going in the right direction. Yeah, here it is. Alright, we need to get out and we need to store this. We've got one of the two. There it is. Now I'll get a flag down later. I couldn't mess about for a little bit grabbing this junk so we can kind of make a load. What's that? That's gold.
Engaged.
Whatever. Wonder what's down here. Yeah, Croc is gonna get killed now right out the door. Okay, too chancy. Let's get this out. We'll get that thing tucked away for a moment. We need food and water anyway. And it's probably getting late, is it? Let me see. What time is it? Yeah, it was getting too late anyway. We need 12 wood. Where have we got 12 wood? I did say wood was going to be a thing, didn't I? 2 wood. I think we might... Oh. We need 9 now. I think I got 9 in here somewhere. Oh, we don't.
Tonight is forecast to be colder than last.
I suppose with the time we have, we can get her some wood. Oh, yeah, that's only 2, that's not enough. Oh, hang on, we need 1 for the flag, don't we? There. But I'd say we will run out of space pretty shortly. Oh, silver. I haven't seen that around for a while. We actually didn't get that much. The gem is a bit important, so I'll hold that inside. Yeah, if I lose that, we might not be finishing this game. So I'll put this in here with my important stuff. Well, we're kind of okay for food and water for a little bit anyway. We just want to scout for some wood. We need it for the fire anyway. Okay, we'll save on... we'll save there. Right. Yeah, Miss Valheim, where you can chop down some trees. But the irony of this is we're in a forest and wood is really scarce. Oh, we got tons of rocks, so that's not a thing. We're lucky to scrounge up enough for 1 even. Oh, either way we needed... Oh yeah. Well, we're okay for meditation. We're not too bad. Okay. Where's that idiot? There you are. I've got a present for you. Oh, he's not taking that either, is he?
Health critical.
Oh my good god. Oh! No, that shouldn't have gone down that way. That was dodgy. That was a bit too dodgy. No, I shouldn't have to use that many arrows on that guy.
Engaged.
There, we had a save anyway, we weren't too bad. What is the wood we needed? Ah, the help might be a little bit of a problem. Okay, let's make our way back. Yeah, he was kind of happy to... Oh, we're dead. No, we're dead this time. Yeah, we're not getting away with this one. Yeah, he's... We're gonna have to bypass that guy. Yeah, he's not gonna fall for that old trick, is he? Yeah, we'll leave him off. I want him to come this way and then I'll jump down the other side. There. This is the one here we're going to.
Hypothermic state.
Ah,
detected.
sugar. Alright, let's get back as quick as we can.
The temperature here can quickly turn deadly.
Yeah. There. Okay, we need water anyway for starters. Health is looking pretty bad. That should get our temperature up. Well, our temperature is up. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, we need some food. Let's go for some mushroom soup. Might be a bit better. While that's cooking, I'll make the other container and we'll move that junk out. There's that gem still there. What was it called again?
Health critical.
Yeah, strength stone. Oh, sugar. There. Now. Now, let's see if we can make that other one. We need 8 rock and... yeah, I think we have them out there, 8 gemstone. Right, let's get this guy in. Oh, this is a horrible little thing, isn't it? There. We're okay. The wood I'll have to keep inside. We'll be needing that one. Oh, we have 27 wood in this. That I didn't know. Not too bad. See if we got enough for that flag. This time I'm putting down the flag. Ooh. That's the one, okay. I have no choice but to sleep till morning. That will deplete our food and water just a little bit. Yeah. Not too much. Okay. Inventory. Maybe one more food. I get a feeling there's something inside. I think it's a bear. We're getting a bit shy on this as well, aren't we? Did I keep any of those fish? Did I? Oh, I did. We can scrap those down. Oh, there's quite a few. We're not too bad. Yeah, we won't be that stuck. There. That's it. We're good. Okay, round 2. Let me see. Make sure that's saved correctly. Yeah, it is. Now,
Large populations
let
of
me check the achievements. I doubt it. 1 second. Yeah. Who knows? Pop one achievement, the other one might come true, but I doubt it. Let me have a look. Yeah, find all 9 runes. That is not unlocked. That's bugged. Stupid game. Really, really, really ticking me off. Nah, I found all 9 runes. So that's pretty much done. That's pretty much had it. When I get that in the game, I really don't even feel like finishing it, to be honest. No, what's the point? Oh, I need to put our flag down here somewhere. Where am I going to put it? Okay. Yeah, we'll put it that way, directing to the door. Okay, it might be a little bit more helpful from a distance. We know what direction we're going. Now,
A balanced diet prevents malnutrition.
Yeah, whatever. So the food thing is bugged, the finding 9 runes is bugged, so the guys had one more as well. I think it might be return home or something, whatever. There's another achievement here for getting this last chest. So either that's bugged or the return home one. I'm guessing maybe down here because of this. But probably not. Oh, give it a shot anyway. Oh, we were here before. Oh, maybe this cave is not as big as I thought it was. So there's one more chat here. Is this the one we got already? Probably. I gotta wonder where the other one is. Or is this a new one? No, that's the one we got already. I don't know, it's gotta be here somewhere. Maybe it's really, really deep in the cave. Yeah, we got that guy. Okay, apparently that was the easy one. Now there's always 2 chests, obviously, so I'm guessing they put it pretty deep in the cave. We have a save anyway if we go sideways. All we can do is run around, I suppose. Maybe follow these. I get the feeling we'll be running around in circles, you know that? No map indicator, nowhere to know where you are on the map. 0. Oh, hang on. I don't think we were here before, were we? No, hang on, here we go. There it is, Firestone.
Redstone
That's it.
discovered.
That's all of them. Now that should
New
be an
skill
achievement, but
unlocked.
you know when one is bugged. Oh, what was the skill anyway? Ah, sugar. The Firestone is a rare stone that once discovered increases the amount of items you receive from the smallest. Ah, bit late now, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit late now. I'll give it a few seconds. Okay, let's see if we unlock that. Yeah, it's bugged, guys.
Engaged.
It's bugged. Thank you, Microsoft. I might just barely forgive something if one achievement was bugged. But 3 of them bugged after 5 years. No excuse. Bunch of conmen.
Engage.
It's just as well they're our business, because we won't be getting my business again.
Engage.
Who cares? Oh, that's took the good from the game, really. Yeah, that's pretty much done me. Here, we'll get these and we'll get a little bit of meditation in.
Engage.
Get out of here and get this silly game done. Might be an off chance of getting the other achievement out, but what good is it when the other 2 are bugged? Not much, really.
Engage.
All in all, a very, very, very silly. Come on, I know you want to. Very silly, disappointing game. Silly, silly. Yeah, there's something in here, guys, alright. I think it wants a piece of me. Whatever. Okay. Let's get up to that there. Now, getting out in one piece might be a problem. We're not doing too good on water either. And they make it really, really easy to get this as well, don't they? With our little Tomb Raider jump.
Engage.
Yeah, that's enough. I've had it. Right. So we'll try this return home thing. I think we'd have to go back to the original one we started off from, but that's on the island,
Begin
on that
meditation.
tropical island. That's a pity. But yeah, I've got 3 achievements bugged out. They must have been the same the guys got. It's collecting your gems from the chest, bugged. The recipes, bugged. And finding the 9, what do you call them? Temples, bugged. All of them. Yeah, all bugged. And that was from a post, I think, from 3 years ago. So they're not patching it, they're not doing anything like that. Alright, let's see if we can... I think it's a bear anyway. What was I saying? Pity I can't erase this from my system, you know that? Right.
Spirit restored.
Oh, I didn't bring food, did I? I did. That's something, I suppose. Okay. Getting out. Where's that flag? That way. Well, we can't go that way. Can we? Come around this way. Right, let's see if we can get out. Probably run into a monster bear on the way out. And have to do it all again. That would be fun, alright. I can backtrack exactly the way I came.
Tonight is forecast to be colder than last.
Okay, follow the yellow brick road. We'll stick to the side for safety, I'd say. A lot of work in a bugged game, you know that. Hang on, what's this? Ah, enough. Yeah, enough. Just see if we can get out of here without dying. Yeah, okay, we're here anyway. We should be able to get out from here. Yes, okay. Oh, we keep moving to the side here, isn't it? I think we can go straight on as well. Oh, well. Follow the yellow brick road. Won't be going that way. A bit slim on water, but we should make it. We'll get some back at the hut. Then we make a beeline for the other biome and put this game out of our misery. There's the flag. Perfect. Yeah, this should have been the end on this. I should have getting my 100% and, you know, with this one. Kind of deserve it, to be honest, after enduring the junk in this game. Now let's bring the gem back with us. I don't know if we'd need him to finish. Not that it makes much of a difference now.
Place navigation flags to avoid getting lost.
Yeah, we're pretty okay with food. It's just the water. What time is it? Yeah. I suppose we could try and make it. Yeah. Get this over with. We just do a save here and then we'll do a save at the other camp. We make it to the other biome. I don't know if we'd make the other camp. Oh, we'll see. Oh, hang on. Maybe I could do with one more food. Yeah, our carbs are okay. We'll live. So yeah, 3 if not 4 bugs. Well, we'll see with this last one. And not just a bug in the game, you know? I suppose you could live with those, but the achievement bugs, they ruin it. So that's why they probably abandoned this game. That and a few other things, I suppose. I don't think there'll be any work around those. I was wondering why those specific achievements had very low pass. I think 1/10 of 1%. Yeah. So apparently some people managed to get it. I wonder how. Probably after release it was okay, and then maybe a couple of months in it started to mess up when they introduced something into the game. So anyway, I can work it out really. And getting any information on the bugs or people that managed to pass them is impossible, because you'd have a better chance of getting information on the Lost Library of Alexandria. This game was absolutely on no one's radar. That's a pity. This should have been my final achievement. Wonder can I leave a review? It probably won't let me. Let me see. I'll go to this guy here. I'll tell you why. He's right beside the portal I think I need to use to go home, and we can save as well. What time is it? Okay, we're not too bad. Yeah, in hindsight, obviously, I wouldn't have got this game. But it looked cool. And I could kind of forgive it if it wasn't for the achievement bugs. But I have no tolerance for something like that, especially,
There is a cave,
you know, it's been around quite some time. What, 5 years? More maybe? So it's obviously abandoned. We don't need that. We'll give it another save down here. We'll be pretty safe, I think. And we're not too bad here, except the odd snake, maybe. Alright, here we go. And return home is the last achievement. And I'm guessing it's to go back to the portal we entered, which is just over here. Yeah, I can save on this. Okay, we'll save that on 5. Right, let's see. I don't know, it doesn't give you any information about returning home. So I'm assuming, you know, we arrived to this one. If I can remember where it is. I think it's just down here. Oh, the crafting thing. I doubt it's something you got to do that. We had to craft a statue for the other one. Maybe this is the same. Let's see, that would be in building, wouldn't it? Let's try the modern. Okay. Well, it would be in crafting, wouldn't it? Survival. I'll look at the other two statues if I can find them. Yeah, there it is. The Eternal Values Valley statue. I think we do have to build that, guys. Place this statue on the pedestal next to the Eternal Valley teleporter to unlock the level. Yeah, we did. 20 Northern Lily. Well, we had to go back there anyway for that. And I've got enough gold back in the other spot as well. Yeah. Let's go up and look. And then we'll go down to our main base and collect the rest of the stuff. But I think it's this one. I don't remember seeing a pedestal. I can remember where it is. Ah, sugar. Yeah, I think it's down here. There it is. Yeah, it's even got that house symbol. Ah! Okay. Aha. Okay, we would have had to have going home anyway to get those flowers. And I've got enough gold down there as well. Right, let's go and craft this piece of junk. We're heading towards the red flag. So I suppose I might as well go with it now, huh? So yeah, tree bugged achievements. Seems like that's for everyone. Nah. You get a free pass this time, I'm afraid. My killing days are done. Yeah, we're on the side of the mountain on this. We should be home pretty shortly. Make up that statue, head out first thing in the morning. There we go. Yeah, just craft the statue and place it, and that's it. Oh, it won't let me build the statue until I get down there. I just need to have the materials, I think. So what was it? 20 Northern Lily. I think I have 69. Okay, I need 3-1 gold. There we go. Let's pick that junk up from here. What have we got here? 75, 75, and what's this? Okay. Let's see if we can get rid of some of this junk anyway. Okay. Okay, gold. Okay, that's our 100 gold. Oh, 90. Yeah, 100. And 20 lilies, isn't it? 20 lilies. Oh. Yeah, just while I'm here, I'll get rid of these. Such a shame. Right. What was it? 20 lilies. 20 lilies. Here somewhere. That's funny, I thought they were there. There they are. Now let's see. Yeah, that's it. We need food, we need water, and we don't need meditation, we're okay. That's a pity, we had a nice little thing going here for a while. Yeah, we'll get the food and junk in the morning, we'll be good. Let's sleep this one off. Food. Well, we need carbs anyway. Okay. We'll get that one. We'll use this fireplace for a moment. Oh my. Wonder if anyone found a way. Nah, I don't think you'd find a way around the bug. It was pretty simple. You know, just visit the 9 temples. I think it's just absolutely finished. Unbelievable, isn't it? And another thing as well, you can't see what you're doing. You can't really see what you're doing on this either. It's the stupidest thing ever, really. Now I'll have to use 2 of the leads from here and go out and get the other one. Okay, I had one, the other one. Yeah. What about that one? Make a difference now at this stage. I've eaten the wrong food. Antiseptic. Well, I think I've got some of that out there actually. That's what we need. We need some antiseptic. This was the problem with this game right from the start. Couldn't eat anything without getting poisoned.
Prohibited.
Antiseptic. There it is. There. Rarely have to use that. But it's hard to see what you're clicking on the menu. It's stupid. We turn that guy off. Get some water. We'll save this. That will be the end of this, for want of a better word, game. Right, let's go. And we got enough to build that piece of junk, don't we? we're returning home to the sketchy devs with an overseas bank account, probably. Whatever. This way. Okay, we gotta get to that camp, and then there's just a quick run up to the other one. That's where we keep going. I don't know why I'm still doing this, to be honest. That's fine. I think. Yeah. There was no way I was streaming this again. That's why I'm about an hour over my time. Streaming this for an hour. Yeah, why not? Alright, let's finish this. I don't know what we'll play tomorrow. We have a choice, guys. We'll finish off the 3 achievements in Medieval Dynasty. Or I managed to get the digital version with all the DLCs for Fallout 3. For some reason, which I probably know, Microsoft won't let me use my physical copy. Because if they let me do that, that means I wouldn't have to buy it again. So one or the other. I don't think I've ever streamed Fallout 3. I think I tried it once, and that's when I found out they were blocking me out from the hard copy. When I phoned the help desk, they told me to sell the game and to buy a digital version. Big help. Either way is a vote good. Here, this one has done another win. Ooh, this game is ticking me off. Oh, no problem, my pleasure. This is the first bugged achievement I've come across in a long, long time. But I think if there's this kind of problem in a game, you go right from the start, not just 1 achievement, but 3. They seem to be bugged for everyone, and exactly the same 3 achievements. I think at the very least, when it's up for sale, they should disclose that. But if they disclose that, you know, I know achievements is not important to everyone, but I would say their sales would drop by about half, and I think that's why. I think it's very it's a very bad practice. It's very dishonest. Like, and we're not talking about, you know, a struggling company, you know, that has to bend their morals, you know, because they need the money to keep going. We're talking about Microsoft here, you know. Horrible, horrible people. But that's because there's no regulations. I bought this game assuming that I could play it correctly, you know. So it had achievements, it had some to unlock, so I assumed they could be unlocked. So they're basically selling me a product and part of it is not working. And they never disclosed that. You could stretch that out to fraud, I suppose, but that would be a long one. That's the problem, you know, with this digital thing. you know. There's no set rules. But seeing as they like to make rules about what games people can buy and stuff, or what banks will do this, or how much you have to pay, or, you know, if you have to do this and that, you know, maybe they should accept some of these rules themselves. Oh yeah, let's just build this piece of rubbish. Well, the reviewer was right. Yeah, when he said, what was his quote on his review? I wish I could retreat from Eden. Or Enen. Enen, yeah, Enen. Here we go. I wonder will I do a record and have 4 achievements, let's say.
When we forgot who we are. We were ungrounded and destroyed our world in the name of greed.
Now I should have been pretty happy getting my achievements out of this.
We remember. We remember.
Oh, I'll remember.
Not in control of nature.
I remember that game studio.
Part of it. You have accomplished.
I think they might have changed their name since Jaeger. I think they might have changed their name to
second home.
Epic something. Epic Choice. Yeah. The usual thing. You know, when you've got a bad reputation. I think they might have changed their name to Epic Choice. I'm not sure about that. But I suspect so.
Bring the peace you have found here with you and share it with the world. Bring the connection you have found with yourself and nature.
They showed us this. We can't build anything like this.
Surrounded by.
You don't even get a roof for the white pieces.
The world is waiting for you. Welcome home.
And goodbye. For countless centuries, people have been conned to find peace. Yeah, and they remembered your spirit. Of course they did. Dedicated to my dad, William. Thank you for teaching me. Unbelievable. To put a dedication on this when it's so shady. You know? Isn't it? Oh, hang on. What's this? Well, where are we now? This is new. Okay, well, we'll look around at least. Yeah, that's new. Is there a map here? Oh! Okay. So this is where we can build and junk, I suppose. Oh. There was a center island. Ah, I might as well have a look, I suppose. Let me guess. No snakes. Yeah. St. Patrick was here as well and got rid of the snakes, is it? Ah, it's a nice little spot, isn't it? Okay. I'm just curious now at this stage. All the same junk anyway. So what do they want us to do here? Nothing, I suppose. And we still have to eat. Okay. Oh, there's still the same junk. I'm just more curious than anything. Aha. Take what you have learned and share that love and compassion with the world around you. Okay, what did I learn? I learned to not trust this game company again. And if something is wrong with the product you're selling, The last thing you should do is actually tell your customer about it. Yeah, okay, I'll use that. And the same junk that we don't need. So there we go, guys. That's Escape from Alcatraz. Quite a game. Well, to be honest, if I dedicated this game, if I was part of making it, to someone important to me, I'd do my best to make sure that, you know, it was, I don't know, maybe that's the difference with me. That everything was okay on it. That was surprising. Well, that's it, guys. You'll get this with a frame drop. Yeah, as well, you'll get this frame drop area. For, I don't know, for the build stuff, even though you haven't got enough pieces to build with, I suppose. And even less resources than before. But you do get a new tree, apparently. Nah, that's it. I think we're done, guys. That's it. It's just this area here. Let's check that map again. There seems to be some kind of waterfall up there, but who cares? Hang on, do we have to get there? Maybe we do. Let me check and see if I got the achievement. Oh, no, apparently we have to get there to get... that's... You see that? It's gotta be that. Stupid game is gonna hang me on forever. We'll have to go towards that waterfall. It's gotta be. Yeah, it's gotta be. I thought just returning home would be enough, or else it's bugged. One or the other. I'm assuming that we gotta make it down here and there's something we gotta find. I'm not in the mood for either, to be honest. Because I don't know which direction I'm going. If we could find that river. Who cares? Let's see if we can find a river. Find a river, we're okay, I suppose. But no, it's not finished with me at all, not by a long shot. Yeah, this looks like the right direction, doesn't it? Oh, for goodness sake. Well, the best thing to do with something like this is just scan around the edges. Okay, here's the river. Right, let's see if we can find some kind of a structure and hopefully... Yeah, here's the waterfall. No, this is bugged as well then, guys. Yeah, I think we should have unlocked that when we came through. Yeah, I think this is bugged as well. So 4 of them seem to be bugged. Cool. That's a goodie. Yeah, 4 achievements. I think that I should have getting that when it unlocked. So I did a little bit better than the other guys. They only had 3 bugged achievements. I managed to get 4. Not a bad place to build, but what could have done? Yeah, there's no structure here to visit or... Just said return home. We pretty much did. Yeah, this is bugged as well. So 4 of them. Worst game in history. Here, let's meditate. See if that had anything got to do with it. I doubt it. But no, that's it, guys.
Begin meditating.
I'm surprised that anybody got these achievements, even if it was a tiny number. I wonder could they have rigged it in some way. Yeah, probably the devs. Come in and you know, or maybe I would say, do you know what happened there? Somebody, I think on PC you can get all the achievements on a cheat code, isn't it? Yeah, that's the only way you could play this. You know you've done the work for the 3 achievements, so you could use a cheat code and get the achievements out. I think that's why it was such a low number. Yeah, most likely. Another good reason to use PC, Jaeger. You know, it might not be so bad. You did the work, kind of thing, so you wouldn't mind using the cheat code on PC to get the other achievements because they were buggy. Oh well. The beauty of console. Yeah, that's it, guys. I'll just make it back towards the entrance and then we'll call it. Just might as well have a little look around before we go, and we'll follow the river back. I don't think there is a river going back, is there? Of course not. Yeah, I'll probably use the cheat code on this. Can't blame him, to be honest. That's pretty interesting build spots here. They're not that big, but still. So, where's this big city we're supposed to visit? Okay, dead end. Oh, hang on. It would have been a mid game, it hadn't so many bugs. No? I don't know, maybe it's something stupid like read all of these. To my friend Kevin Susie, with a light in the darkness, your spirit lives on in the hearts of those believers. This is probably another memorial, a real one. Yeah, maybe there's a trail or something. I'll come back in later. I'll do some more research on this piece of junk game and see is there any way around those stupid bugs, and hopefully waste of time. Said you really get no help from the internet on this. The game is just too bad. It's probably something like you've got to read all of those or something, but I'm probably giving them too much credit. Way too much credit. That's it, we're pretty much back. Here's another tempo, but no, this one is bugged as well, as far as I'm concerned. Well, 3, 4, who cares? Yeah, once one of them is bugged out, that's the whole thing. Yeah, okay. I think we'll leave it here, guys. I think we're done. So, I will be streaming tomorrow. Not quite sure yet what we'll do. I think we might finish off Medieval Dynasty. I'm looking forward to the story on that one. I have a reasonable amount of hours on Fallout 3. But it's been a long time since I played. And I've never actually streamed it on Twitch, so... yeah, for my Twitch channel anyway, it will be a premiere. Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for being here, Aptitude. Appreciate it. Very disappointed with this game, Aptitude. I would not recommend it. Stay away from this one. If it was done again, if they gave me 50 euros to play this, I'd say no thank you. Oh well. But you'll get the odd game with maybe 1 or 2. Achieved bugged achievements that if you try hard enough you might be able to fiddle your way around them. But with this, the game is pretty much broken, you know. Noted, yeah. Yeah, you're just paying money to be frustrated. And the amount of work it gets to survive on this. And then the payoff is this. Bad. Oh, my pleasure. So, yeah, that's it. We'll do the usual, guys. We will raid some of our friends. Hopefully they'll be streaming. It's almost 9 AM for me. I think I should get some sleep. Oh, these games are killing me. But, yeah, I will be back tomorrow. I might go in and we might try and finish the last 3 achievements from Medieval Dynasty. That was a pretty decent game. Definitely. You know, the graphics were, pretty good and no bugs or anything like that. Well, we'll see, won't we? Yeah, but the 3 I have to finish. I thought I could finish them on the other map, but apparently no. One is a quest on the other map. The other one is visit all the cities, but that's on the other map. And the other one is set up all of the mines, and again, that's on the other map. So, I don't mind that. We come in on the Oxbow map, where there's no building and not much, well, almost zero story. The only difference on this is, well, on the Oxbow map, if we had the money and we did the experience for the tech, we could build what we wanted to. But even if we have that on the Valley map, we'll still need to do the quests to unlock the junk we need. So, it will be interesting. And hopefully no bugs. But I haven't heard about any anyway. So, goodbye Jaeger, Aptitude, Young, and Suburban Wolf if you're watching. Have a good one, guys. And of course, Terry, Randy, Hufflepuff, and Digger, if you're watching. Have a great day, ladies. Oh, we're in the weekend, aren't we? Yeah, have a great weekend, everyone. And of course, Mikey. Stay safe, Mikey. And again, congrats for that job. I hope it works out for you. Okay, let's see what else is here. And of course, Phoenix. Take care, Phoenix. Stay safe. Let's see. Oh yes, and of course, Callie. Thanks for being here, Callie. Everyone have a fun weekend. And we mentioned Terry, we mentioned everybody else. That's everyone I can remember, guys, but if I have forgotten anyone, my apologies to whoever I might have forgotten. And again, thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. So, yeah, that's it for this. I will be back tomorrow at the same time and then off till Tuesday. So I stream Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday evening. That will be Eastern Standard Time. That will be kind of, the next day for me. Early in the AM, so we're talking about maybe 1 to 2 a.m. You know, GMT. So, okay, let's do this raid, guys. I need to get some sleep. So, let's see who's out there.